Good evening. I'm Harriet Drummond. I'm the acting chair of the Anchorage Assembly, and we haven't done this ever in the municipality of Anchorage, so I hope you'll bear with me. It is about 10 minutes after 5, and Madam Chair, would you call a roll? Madam Clerk, excuse me.
That's okay.
I'll get it straight.
Mr. Coffey never did. Mr. Starr?
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson is excused. Mr. Birch?
Here.
Ms. Drummond?
Here.
Dr. Selcraig? Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Birch, would you lead the pledge?
Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the agenda are minutes of previous meeting, regular meeting of October 4th, 2008.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any changes to the minutes? Oh, we need a second. Who's the second? All right. Okay. Mr. Coffey moved. Ms. Johnson seconded. Any changes to the minutes of October 14th? Seeing none. Any opposition to acceptance of the minutes of October 14th? Seeing no opposition, October 14th minutes are accepted. For item 4B, the minutes of special meeting of December 5th, 2008. Thank you. Any changes to the minutes of December 5th? Seeing none. Any opposition to acceptance? Thank you. Those minutes are accepted. We have the acting mayor's report. Mr. Acting Mayor, I hope we could dispense with the use of the phrase. Pardon me. Oh, Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move the order of the day to
Yes,
item 15, special orders. And I'd like to insert that we take this time to vote for a vice chair.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Johnson. Oh, is there any objection to changing the order of the day? I'm sorry?
Object.
Mr. Gutierrez, thank you.
Madam Chairman, if you will recall, the last time we voted for vice chair, we held off a day out of respect for Mr. Coffey, who was not at that meeting. Ms. Gray Jackson is not at this meeting, and I would request that we show her the same respect.
Not sure how to handle that. Okay. Okay. Since there is objection to changing of the order of the day, let's take a vote on whether we're going to change the order of the day.
We have tech support.
Since it's special orders. Oh, we're in special orders. Okay. Madam Chair, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Coffey?
On the motion to change the order of the day, I vote yes in the affirmative.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
No.
Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that passed 7 to 2.
7 to 2. Passed 7 to 2. Thank you. The motion is on the floor. Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Debbie?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Coffey for vice chair.
Second.
Must have done that 4 times.
Yes. Where does that go?
Ms. Osiander, could you please?
Okay, who seconded?
Jennifer, did you second?
Well, I did, but
Okay, there we go. All right, the system's got it.
I don't know what's wrong with my pen still.
Okay, Mr. Coffey has been nominated. Any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, nominations are closed. Please vote. Oh, we should, shouldn't we? Okay. How do we do that? I saw Ms.
On
Mara.
a secret ballot.
Do you want to do it?
I don't know what he did. He just walked up and did it. I know. It's embarrassing. It's like the elevator cure. You take your kids with the elevator and you get better.
I see.
So since there's one nominee, it's yes or no.
Yes, the vote is yes or no, since there's just a single nominee in Mr. Coffey.
She's here. She was here.
No, you need to stay. We're short enough tonight. Dan, if the vote was no. The vote is 8 yeas, 1 nay. Mr. Coffey is, I guess it's acting vice chair. Let's take a brief stand down to change chairs, please, and log out of your screen and log into this one.
Okay, and then what do I do now? Same number?
No, they don't have to.
All of our mics are on or off? On.
All right, let's move on. Next item on the agenda, the mayor's report. Mr. Acting Mayor Clayman, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to be here tonight. Just a couple items, just for those that don't know them. Two here in the audience, two people I recently hired, Chief of Staff Patty Ginsburg. Ms. Ginsburg, if you want to stand up. And then Senior Policy Director Nancy Nolan as well. Just recently started work in the mayor's office on Monday, and glad to have them aboard. You all should get a chance to get to know them better if you don't know them already. And then the only other item, I've had a couple of conversations with some folks from the legislature that suggested we make some effort to try to get a joint meeting of the Anchorage Assembly and the Anchorage caucus of the state and House representatives and try to get that meeting before the legislature goes to Juneau. So I don't have a date. We're trying to. We have some communications with the folks from the legislature, and if it comes together, it's likely to come together next Monday afternoon. As soon as we know more, we will get notice to you. But that's an effort to just try to have a joint meeting so we can, at least on some issues, maybe be on the same page. That's all I have today.
Yes, Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Clayman, one of the concerns I would have about that is that we haven't yet adopted our legislative priorities. And I keep hearing that there's work on it, but I wondered if there is a time deadline for that work. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Flynn, did you want to speak to that?
I'll wait for committee reports, Mr. Acting Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander, do you need further response from the mayor's office?
Assuming it's coming.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, next item is the Assembly Chair's report. I don't have much to report today other than for those watching and those present, this situation has never occurred since the municipality was unified from a borough and a city in about 1976. We will have 10 members for the next 6 months until a new mayor is elected and sworn in. And I am the acting chair, as I was the vice chair prior to this. There may be some interesting situations in that we are an even-numbered body, so bear with us. I expect there will be a significant amount of cooperation among the members to help me run these meetings smoothly, and I hope you have patience with me. I've been nursing a cold since before Christmas, and I hope my voice holds out. Mr. Coffey, you may be helping to chair sooner than later, considering how my voice is tonight. Thank you. Committee reports. Who would like to begin? Should we start at the far end? Mr. Starr?
Well, the person to my right here and myself will be having weekly committee meetings, so I'll keep you posted on those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next Wednesday, the 14th of January, is the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Public Safety Committee, and I have this evening asked the clerk to extend the scheduled time for that meeting from noon until 2 p.m. at City Hall in the Assembly Conference Room 155 on the first floor of City Hall. We will begin with a discussion of the strategic plan from the Anchorage Fire Department, which will be followed by an issue near and dear to your constituents, Madam Chair, the Players House of Rock issue, and then a discussion of dangerous animals with the Animal Care Advisory Board. And so that will be the Public Safety Committee meeting for next week.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez and all committee chairs, I've been assigned to a number of committees to replace Mr. Clayman's positions on those committees, and I promise I will try to make it to all committees, but bear with me as I get used to this new role. Thank you. Go ahead. Let's see. We're missing Ms. Gray-Jackson. Ms. Johnson, can you tell us what's going on in the Budget and Finance Committee? I'm sorry. I was looking for Ms. Gray-Jackson, but she's absent.
She's over here. She's here in spirit. The chamber, as a liaison to the Chamber of Commerce, I would note that the last board meeting of the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce, they did approve an initiative or support for an initiative process to restore the tax cap to what it has been for a longer period of time in municipal history. And I think it kind of parallels some of the discussion that's been happening in some of our communities around Anchorage, where there has been some concern and interest in revisiting how the tax cap is actually structured and taking a look at restoring public confidence in the tax cap measure. So we should have more information on that in the weeks ahead. I would note that there's some very good committee work done on it and some good background. I'd be happy to make that available to anybody who'd be interested in that report. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffey.
Nothing to report. Mr. Flynn will do that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Osiander. Oh, Ms. Selcraig, I apologize.
Fine.
I'm used to Ms. Osiander being immediately to my left. So.
No problem. The Community and Economic Development Committee has been busy. We had a briefing by the Tyonek Corporation, which was very interesting in terms of a broad number of projects that are going on there regarding energy and energy development. We've also, on the table tonight, I've prepared a resolution that we'll be talking about later that addresses the Triborough report, the Triborough Commission's report on energy, and actually we'll forward it to the state for some action. Next week we'll be bringing two more resolutions that have to do with energy. I had an opportunity today to meet with Carol Gore and Dan Fauske on the Housing and Neighborhood Committee, and I think that they'll be sharing some information with us about their legislative packet, and it's nothing extra we would have to do, but they'd like us to know what's in it, how it will affect Anchorage, and it might be something that we will want to support as well. So we're busy. We've got another meeting on the 21st, and everybody on the Assembly is certainly welcome to attend, and we'll notice you, and because they've all been pretty interesting and pretty informational. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Osiander.
Title 21 Committee will be meeting this Thursday, 9:30 to 11:30 at the Planning Department Conference Room. I was frankly somewhat surprised to see that Chapter 3 was on the agenda for tonight, because it was the committee's understanding that we were going to deal with that on the 20th. The committee's recommended amendments are not yet finalized. Hopefully we'll be doing that this Thursday. If not, we'll finish it up the following Thursday, so that we can deal with Chapter 3 our next assembly meeting, not this one. So later on tonight, I'll be making a motion to move Chapter 3, Title 21, to January 20th.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My co-chair of the Legislative Committee, Mr. Coffey, and I met with Mr. Abbott on Monday. We stepped through the administration's proposed legislative plan. We had a few amendments to it. A draft is available for your perusal. Take it home, enjoy it, tell us what you want to change. We will have a full committee meeting, legislative committee meeting on Friday, the 16th, prior to our next assembly meeting. The time will be determined by the clerk, but it will immediately follow our work session that day. So all of you are welcome to attend and provide your recommended edits, changes, and amendments. And that's all for today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Any meetings of the Elections and Ethics Committee coming up that we should know about?
Yeah, we're not. No meetings for ethics and elections scheduled this time. Everyone's behaving very well. So.
Okay. Ms. Johnson.
The Finance Committee will be meeting with the Public Safety Committee as far as the Anchorage Fire Department strategic plan. And then also the Municipal League will be having their winter meeting in Juneau, January 28th through 30th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is the addendum to the agenda. We have a number of items.
Second.
Thank you. I understand there's a laid on the table item.
Okay.
Do we incorporate the laid on the
Yeah,
table?
I'd like to move to incorporate AR number 200914.
Second.
Does it require any sort of, pardon?
No, she just reads it and then we approve the whole.
Okay, that's the laid on the table item will be.
I believe it's 9B2.
9B2, AR number 2009-14.
It's a resolution of the Anchorage Municipality to support the adoption of the Alaska State Legislature for the energy policy and strategic energy policy goals of the South Central Alaska proposed by the Tri-Borough Commission on February 7th, 2008.
Okay, any objection to incorporating that item into the addendum?
9B2.
Okay, seeing no objection, that's incorporated into the addendum. And now I'll read the addendum. Addendum to the agenda for January 6, 2009. Item 9D24, New Business Assembly Memorandum Number AM 37, 2009. Grant agreement with Anchorage Community Mental Health Services for the Pathways to Sobriety 4 project, $245,137, Health and Human Services. 9D25, Assembly Memorandum AM 38-2009, Contract Amendment Number 4 to Colaska Incorporated, doing business as QAP for the construction of Raspberry Road improvements, Minnesota Drive to Arctic Boulevard, project number 02-13, in the amount of $505,287.10 from Project Management and Engineering. Item 9F8, Ordinances and Resolutions for Introduction. Ordinance number AO 2009-3, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 6.50.060 to provide an interim reduction in the maximum percentage applicable to the annual dividend payout until such time as the trust's market value recovers to a level equal to or greater than the trust's market value at December 31st, 2007, adjusted for inflation, from the Finance Department, set for public hearing on January 20th, 2009. Accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 39-2009. Item 9F9, Ordinance Number AO 2009-4, an ordinance authorizing sale of 5 tax foreclosed properties in the Nels Clevin subdivision located in Mountain View on North Bliss. Street to Cook Inlet Housing Authority to facilitate redevelopment of affordable housing from Heritage Land Bank and Real Estate Services, set for public hearing on the 20th of January, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 40-2009. Item 9F10, Ordinance Number AO 2009-5, an ordinance authorizing Anchorage Community Development Authority to acquire lots and tracts within North Point Bluff subdivision and a leasehold interest on adjacent land owned by the Alaska Railroad Corporation at foreclosure sale, Anchorage Community Development Authority, set for public hearing January 20th, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 41-2009. Item 9F11, Ordinance Number AO 2009-6, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Sections 9.34.020, 9.34.030, and 9.34.040 to update parking meters to current parking meter technology. Anchorage Community Development Authority, set for public hearing January 20th, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 42-2009. Item 9F12, Resolution Number AR 2009-12, a resolution ratifying an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, Employee Relations Department. Public hearing set for January 20th, 2009. Item 9F13, Information Memorandum Number AIM 1-2009, clerical corrections to APDEA Collective Bargaining Agreement, ratified by the Assembly on December 16, 2008. That was item number AR 2008-307 from the Employee Relations Department, set for public hearing January 20th, 2009. Item 9F14, Resolution number AR 2009-13, a resolution approving administrative letters 0902 and 0903, interpreting and clarifying the collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.70.130B, Employee Relations Department, set for public hearing on January 20th, 2009. Do I also need to read 9B2 or Ms. Selkirk's? Okay. It's already been read? Okay. Okay, thank you. That's the addendum to the agenda. Is there any opposition to incorporating the addendum items? Okay, seeing none, the addendum is incorporated. Thank you.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second?
Okay, the consent agenda has been moved and seconded. Let's start at the other end. Ms. Johnson, would you like to pull any items tonight? Okay, thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Nothing to add, thank you. Oh, sorry, yes, I do have one. I apologize. I'm sure Ms. Osiander knows which one it is. 9, what's that? 9, well, yeah, I'm pulling 9A1, and then also I'd like to pull 9F2 to declare a potential conflict of interest, and 9B1. Bravo.
9B1. Okay. 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 Ms. Osiander.
9A2. Yeah. And 9F13 and 14.
From the addendum, 9F13 and 14?
Yes.
Okay. 9A2. Okay, is that all, Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Selkirk. Excuse me, Dr. Selkirk.
9B2.
Okay, I'm lost. 9B2, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, is that it, Dr. Selkirk?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Birch.
See 9D24 and 9F12.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
D24?
What, the first one was D24? Could you repeat those, please?
9 Delta 24, Pathways to Sobriety, and 9 Foxtrot 12, resolution ratifying an amendment to the recently approved collective bargaining agreement with the APDEA.
Okay, thank you. And that was from the addendum. Okay, thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
No items, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Starr.
No items.
Okay, thank you. Administration? Nothing to pull? Thank you.
Nothing, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Okay, with the exception of the pulled items, do I need to read them? Okay, with the exception of the pulled items, the consent agenda is before us. Is there any opposition to unanimous approval? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. Thank you. We have appointed a number of people tonight to boards and commissions. If any of you are present, I would appreciate, I'm sure the Assembly would appreciate hearing from you if you're in the room. I think that includes you, Ms. Benson. Okay, thank you. If you can come down and introduce yourselves if you care to. Yes, please do.
Thank you. My name's Diane Benson, and I'm so humbled to be able to accept an appointment to the ADA Commission. I think Anchorage has an opportunity to become a model city in regard to the implementation of the American Disabilities Act. So I'll be looking forward to working with you on that and meeting with all the committees to make sure everyone's complying. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for your service. In advance.
Good evening. My name is Maya Nolan, and I'm very pleased to have been appointed to the Women's Commission this evening and look forward to serving the interests of the women of the municipality of Anchorage.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Okay.
Hi, my name is Fiona Howard. I am being appointed to the Diversity Commission. I am really happy to be able to serve, and I will fight for the interests of diverse communities in Anchorage and raise awareness.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. Appreciate your service. Okay. Seeing no one else, let's take up the first item on the consent agenda. It would be 9A1. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you don't, with your indulgence, I'd like to read this resolution, and Mr. Gutierrez will present.
Is there any objection to passage of the resolution? Shall we read it first or pass it first? Okay.
We'll pass it first.
Okay. Okay.
Whereas the United States Congress expanded the mission of the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday to include a National Day of Community Service in 1994, and whereas the goal is to advance the dream of Dr. King by engaging people in activities that inspire ongoing service, learning, and reflection on how his teachings can build a better community by promoting peace and understanding, appreciation of diversity, compassion, equity, and social justice. And whereas the 2009 King holiday provides a rallying point to answer the call to service issued by President-elect Obama, and an opportunity to engage the nation in realizing Dr. King's dream that people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds celebrate the holiday by performing individual acts of kindness through service to others. And whereas in this challenging time of our nation's history, it is of great importance that the community of Anchorage honor Dr. King's 80th birthday and celebrate this history-making inauguration of our new president with our commitment to serve. And whereas the month of January is recognized as National Mentoring Month as part of this celebration, it includes service projects such as tutoring and mentoring youth in healthy and nonviolent lifestyles. And whereas Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, on the Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, hundreds of Anchorage citizens will participate in the second annual 50 Bikes, 50 Kids project, which provides new bikes to deserving young people. And whereas in partnership with the Points of Light and Hands-On Network, Anchorage Parks Foundation, Corporation for National Service, and the King Career Center, this volunteer service project recognizes under-resourced Anchorage youth who will receive recognition for performing outstanding service for their community and or have assumed an extraordinary role within their families. And whereas the 9th Avenue Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service is sponsored by the Anchorage Municipal Parks and Recreation and interested community businesses, organizations, and individuals. And whereas in conjunction with the Day of Service on January 19th, the Martin Luther King Foundation of Alaska, in partnership with the Mayor's Office of Equal Opportunity, the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance, and many other community groups will host the annual community-wide 2009 Martin Luther King Day Jr. celebration at the Performing Arts Center on Sunday, January 18 at 4 p.m., and the community is invited to participate in the celebration. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that January 19, 2009 is designated as Martin Luther King Day Jr. Day of Service within the municipality of Anchorage, and all citizens are encouraged to serve the community, take time to mentor a young person, and help build a better Anchorage.
Stay right here. Good evening. I want to thank you very much. My name is Bo Bassett, and I'll have Lupe introduce herself.
And I'm Guadalupe Mariquin, the chair of the Diversity Advisory Commission.
We're here this evening to accept this wonderful resolution and proclamation. This is the 9th consecutive year that the Anchorage municipality will celebrate the Martin Luther King Day of Service. We should be very proud of that. It's also the first National Day of Service for 2009. And we can be very proud as a community to call out to the community that we would like citizens of all ages to come and help one another on a holiday in honor of the legacy of Dr. King. First and foremost, we want to honor what his life meant, and many of the things that he did in his life were grounded in service. One of his most famous quotes is that everyone can be great because anyone can serve. So it doesn't matter whether you're employed or unemployed. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter what level of ability. When one helps in the community, one becomes great. So Anchorage has a wonderful opportunity to start 2009 in the 50th anniversary of statehood, to call upon our community to be great. And January 19th, of course, is the official Martin Luther King Day of Service. It is also connected to the next day, January 20th, which will be the inauguration of our new president. And we will find in that inauguration a call to service. And so what is going on nationally is a transformation at the grassroots level, calling on citizens, especially young people, to help in their community. So we want to thank the Assembly, want to thank the Mayor, thank the community, and I want to personally thank Nancy Beardsley, who happens to be our Municipality Park and Recreation Volunteer Coordinator that couldn't be here tonight. It is through efforts such as Nancy Beardsley's leadership that more than $20,000 has been donated to the Anchorage Parks Foundation, specifically to give 50 brand new mountain bikes to 50 underserved, disadvantaged young people in this community. And what's more amazing is that there will be in the vicinity of 200 volunteers on January 19th volunteering at the Spenard Community Center to help put those bikes together with the young people that they're being given to and mentoring those young people. And mentoring, of course, is the key ingredient in success in life. So during National Mentoring Month, we will have an amazing mentoring activity on a National Day of Service, on a national holiday, the day before the inauguration. And I consider Nancy Beardsley's leadership in this, in the second year that this project has occurred, to be just fabulous. So she could not be here tonight. I think she would agree that when you have an activity like this, the community will be healthier, it'll be happier, it'll be safer, more peaceful, and more tolerant. So thank you very much for the support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bassett. Yes, Dr. Selkirk, go ahead. Mr. Bassett, I think Dr. Selkirk has a comment for you.
Mr. Am I on? I wanted to say thank you for your work. I think Martin Luther King manifested a broad challenge to all of us in terms of justice and in terms of mentoring and in terms of civil rights. And I'm really pleased that as a community the way we celebrate Martin Luther King is continually evolving. So thank you for the work that you've done. And it's interesting that this presentation followed our 3 commissions, the Women Commission, the Civil Rights Commission, and our ADA Commission, all of which have to do with civil rights and all of which have to do with hope. And I want to also, I didn't get a chance to acknowledge those people who are going to be serving on that commission, but it's a really partner effort, and I want to express my thanks to them as well. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Okay. Next item on the consent agenda. 9B1. Mr. Flynn. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. 9A2. Ms. Osiander.
Second.
Okay, go ahead. Any objection to approval of this item? Seeing none, the item is approved. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Gail Dial for her contributions to the Chugiak, Birchwood, Eagle River area and the municipality of Anchorage. So if the representatives from the road board could come down to the front, we'd appreciate it. If not, Mr. Sawyer is going to track you down. Whereas Gail Dial came to Alaska in 1960 with her husband Norman, and she lived in Midtown Anchorage until 1972, and the family moved into a more rural setting within the Birchwood area. Whereas Gail's involvement in the Chugiak, Birchwood, Eagle River areas have included participating in the local PTAs as an executive board member, serving as a board member of the gifted curriculum, the social studies curriculum program, working with University of Alaska Extension Office as a 4-H coordinator, and serving as various officer roles in Birchwood Community Council, and as a very active member of the Birchwood Community Club. Whereas Gail has worked closely with local political representatives to provide support for the Chugiak Volunteer Fire Department. And whereas since 1987, Gail has served in various capacities as Birchwood's representative on the Chugiak, Birchwood, Eagle River Rural Road Service Area, SBIRSA, Board of Supervisors, including several years as board chairperson. And whereas, while serving on the SBIRSA Board of Supervisors, she played an intricate role in keeping property tax rates low by helping to establish service area policies through which the road board maintenance programs, service area budgets, capital improvements for the local road and drainage systems, comprehensive development plan, long-range transportation plan, and the official streets and highways plans were developed. And whereas Gail became an icon as a tireless community activist for various organizations serving the Chugiak, Birchwood, and Eagle River communities for over 35 years. And whereas, after decades of service to this community and the municipality of Anchorage, Gail is now spending time outside the state with her daughter and her grandchildren, and her presence in the community is greatly missed. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Gail Dial is honored and recognized for her decades of public service that helped make the Chugiak Eagle River area and the municipality of Anchorage one of the most popular places to reside and raise a family. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this day.
Hi. On behalf of Gail, I work for Maintenance and Operations. My name is Maurice Robinson. I've worked there approximately 9 years and worked with the various road service areas and boards. And just to remind everybody, these are unpaid volunteer positions. They carry a fair amount of responsibility. You often take phone calls from your neighbors relating to road maintenance issues, and I can say there's very few board members from across the municipality who took this job as seriously as Gail for as long as she did. She performed her roles with a lot of gusto. She kept you on your toes, and she had a great memory and a lot of history. And she took and she really valued the road service area, the service area concept, and valued local control of the roads and the services they provide. So we'll miss her.
My name's Scott Schnell. I'm the general foreman for street maintenance out in the Chugiak Road Service area. Gail and I began our service to the road service area about the same time, back in 1987. And over my entire career out there, as Maureen mentioned, she's been a tireless fighter for the road service area concept. She defended it constantly. She was always looking for the best use of the Subursa tax revenues. She was always supportive of maintenance and operations. When we'd come to the board with a proposal that we felt would improve services and improve the road service area, she was always a strong advocate for us. As Maureen mentioned also, she didn't shy away from her role to play the devil's advocate. She would challenge staff. She made sure that when we came to the board with a proposal, we could defend it. I think Gail playing that role as a devil's advocate made better projects for the road service area. I think they made better public servants of her staff, the municipal staff, and I think it helped develop the road service area into what it is today. I think it's a well-respected road service area within the municipality. And Gail had a lot of qualities, strong strength of character, and I'm hopeful on behalf of the staff that those qualities and strength of character that served her well on the board are going to serve her well in her current state. She's got some challenges ahead, and we all wish her well. And on behalf of the staff, we'd like to express our gratitude for her years of service and her strong support of us. 22 years of strong service to the municipal staff. They helped us become better public servants. Thank you.
My name is Tony Vita. I'm the current representative from the Birchwood Community Council to Subursa. And I volunteered to fill in when a vacancy came up unexpectedly. Little did I realize what I was getting myself into. But I've developed a new appreciation for the work that Ms. Dow put into this thing. The longevity alone is a testament to a real commitment to the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item 9B1. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to combine this item with item 11A.
Second.
Okay, we'll deal with it under old business. Is there any objection to moving it to the old business section of the agenda? Seeing none, that is approved. Thank you. Next on the agenda, from the addendum, item 9B2. Dr. Selkirk.
Yes, I just want to give a little explanation. Oh, move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to provide just a little bit of explanation on what's before us this evening. What this resolution does is it sends, it provides our endorsement and sends a message to our legislative committee that we would like them to include the tri-borough policy energy goals in their legislative package. And the intent is to ask the legislature to approve these goals. And what's interesting is that our work in the Community and Economic Development Committee and that energy work group, there's been this consistent recognition that this is a good document. It's been vetted by a variety of groups. Every time you talk about what should we do in terms of energy, this document comes up. So the idea here is really just to elevate it to the Juneau level, get their attention, and hope that some of the policies that, or all of the policies that are addressed in this in terms of state actions can be incorporated, and then also the ones that relate to our region as well. So I urge support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Any other comments on this item? Okay. Apologize. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to request to be added as a sponsor.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig, for your putting this together, and I'm pleased to be one of the co-sponsors. We're doing a lot of different work relative to energy, electrical, heating, and so on this body in the hopes of dealing with the situation in Cook Inlet where we're so dependent on natural gas for heating and electrical generation. We're looking at as many ways as we can to make sure that we don't face crises. You can well imagine what would happen if we didn't have natural gas for some period of time when it's 18 below outside, as it was when I pulled up here tonight. We can do this in a variety of ways. We own one of the utilities, ML&P. We're working in that regard with regard to generation, transmission, and distribution. We can also be the bully pulpit, which is what this is, and ask the state to assist us in all ways that the state can do to help ensure that the energy future of South Central Alaska is met. And this is one more item on that effort, and I applaud Ms. Selcraig for that. And I think we'll be talking to all of you, the citizens of Anchorage, over the next several months as we try to move this process along. And so, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I think that item needs to go to the legislators when we meet with the Anchorage caucus. I think that would be in addition to our legislative packet, even though that may not be ready yet. Okay. Thank you. Any objection to approval of this item? Seeing none, that item is approved. Thank you. Next item is 9D24. Mr. Birch. We did. Yep. B2. We just finished 9B2. (9D24) Assembly Memorandum Number AM 37-2009 Grant Agreement with the Anchorage Community Mental Health Services for Pathways to Sobriety for Project $245,137 Health and Human Services.
Move to approve.
Okay, Mr. Birch.
Yeah, a question I had on this, and I actually was prompted by a communication or a call I had from a constituent, and that related to the kind of the mental health component of this proposal and this grant agreement. And it related, the call was somewhat troubling in that it indicated that mental health in Anchorage and a large part of our APD response and state response, for that matter, may be related to mental health issues. And I guess I know this is going to be coming up in front of us again, and I guess what I'd like to have between now and the time we next address this issue would be some statistics or some insight as to repeat offenders and the burden that this basically places on our police department from the standpoint of either repeat calls or how how they're, and I'm not sure how it's actually attributed, but that would be something I'd like to have some follow-on discussion with.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Any additional comments? Any objection to approval of that item? Seeing none, item D24 is approved.
Thank you.
Next item, again, let's see, where are we? Okay, thank you. 9F2, Mr. Flynn. Ordinance number AO 2009-2, an ordinance authorizing disposal by sale of an Alpine trespass hut and ground lease of a portion of Heritage Land Bank parcels number 6-282 and 6-292 located in the Upper Girdwood Valley to Chugach Adventure Guides from the Heritage Land Bank public hearing set for January 20th.
Third.
Okay. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we can probably wait to rule on this until we have this before us at our next meeting. But I just want to declare a potential conflict of interest, as Chugach Adventure Guides is a customer with whom I do business in my day job.
Maybe
we can do
should
the questions now or later,
Karen.
your choice.
Well, we can,
Mr. Coffey, what
we can decide now if you'd want, Madam Chair.
Yeah, why don't you conduct
Mr. Flynn, under our Code of Ethics, certain questions, as you know, are appropriate. So the first is, do you have any substantial financial interest in this matter in any respect?
I do not.
Okay. And any private interest or matter that would affect your judgment and make it impossible for you to conduct or to make a decision in the public interest?
I do not.
Is there any reason why, in your judgment, you should not participate in this matter?
No.
Other than the fact that your employer has some relationship?
Other than the fact that my employer has a contractual relationship with this company, there is not.
Is there anything about that contractual relationship that would answer either one of the previous questions in the affirmative about private interest and financial interest?
There is not.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that you find that Mr. Flynn can participate.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Flynn, you'll be able to participate when it comes up for public hearing on the 20th.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any objection to our ruling? Okay, seeing none. Any objection to accepting this item for public hearing on January 20th? It's been introduced. Seeing no objection, that is accepted. Mr. Birch, 9F12. Hold on a second. Let me find this thing so I can read it. Resolution number AR 2009-12, a resolution ratifying an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, Employee Relations Department, set for public hearing January 20th, 2009.
Move to approve. Or introduce, excuse me. I had a couple of questions regarding this. First of all, are there any, between now and the time it comes up again, I'd like to have a dollar cost impact or dollar savings associated with this, if that would be possible?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Birch, yes, there's a summary of economic effects on its way to you.
Okay. And if that's the case, I believe there's still 104 side letter agreements that we're looking for a summary of economic impact on from these same agreements. I don't know, where's that in the mill?
That is not in the mill at this point, Mr. Birch. As you heard from the internal auditor and you've heard from us, that's not a task that we're prepared to undertake at this point. For one, because I don't think it's possible, and for two, I'm not sure what the benefit of it would be. And I think we've been clear with that, over the last couple of months. The summary of economic effects for F12 and F14, though, are on their way to you and should be there within a day or so. I was surprised they weren't attached to these documents.
Okay. So we will never know the impact of the it does come as news to me, because I guess it was my understanding that there was still an effort underway to identify the cost impact of those side letter agreements. I did get an indication to the affirmative that there was that the answer was no. I kind of assumed that by virtue of the lack of response. The other item is on the fourth whereas. It says the proposed amendment to the pending collective bargaining agreement. Is it in fact a pending agreement?
No, it is not. It is in effect.
Okay. So what we're looking at is a resolution ratifying an amendment to an existing agreement, not a pending agreement.
Correct. When this was drafted, it was prior to the adoption of it. You're correct, Mr. Birch. That's an appropriate amendment.
Okay. So now we have a letter of agreement that makes a significant financial revision to the contract that was recently approved. Does this require going back to the full membership of the APDEA for approval?
It is required that it be approved by the union. It is not required. It's up to the union to decide what mechanism they choose to execute the decision on behalf of their members.
So the APDEA leadership can basically opt to have an abbreviated review and a contract amendment and revision, or send it back for a full membership ratification by their choice?
It's whatever their organizational rules require, Mr. Birch, and I don't know which of those options or other options will be in effect for this case. It's something that APD could be asked if you're so inclined.
Yeah. Well, that said, I certainly support this resolution. I think I would have been happier if this and a number of other changes have been incorporated in the original agreement. But it does address the issue of overriding equality and fairness, which I think is a primary concern here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Directed to Mr. Abbott, if you can. The way in which it's being done is we will pay the union representative 100% of his salary, and then they in turn will give us back 50% of his salary. Is that the way this thing is written?
I believe that is the case, and I'm looking at Ms. Arnold, and she's nodding. So yes, Mr. Coffey, thank you.
So what's the difference in the cost to us if we would have done it by just paying half of his salary, and the other half would have been paid by the union? By us paying 100% and getting reimbursement, doesn't that result in a higher cost to us than it would if we would have paid half and they would have paid the other half?
I don't believe, if I understand it correctly, there's no difference in terms of the net impact on compensation to the employee.
No,
or to the employer.
There's no difference in the compensation to the employee. That's not my question. My question is, if I pay $100 and get back 50 from them versus just pay 50, what does that create a different cost to the city? Those two different methods of payment.
I'm going to look at Ms. Arnold to...
Well, I don't know. We're not deliberating tonight. That's a question that you can present to me.
Will do.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Selkirk.
I just have a point of clarification. What we have before us tonight is really a result of a concession that was given to us by the union regarding their contract, and because it was a contract in full that we needed to adopt or not adopt, in order to receive that concession, this amendment is necessary. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, that's introduced and up for public hearing on the 20th. Item 9F13, pulled by Ms. Osiander, Information Memorandum Number AIM 1-2009, clerical corrections to APDEA Collective Bargaining Agreement ratified by the Assembly on December 16, 2008. That was AR 2008-307 from the Employee Relations Department, set for public hearing on the 20th. Too late.
I would like to, if you don't object, move to introduce both this one and the next one. It's basically the same topic. The clerk is shaking her head no. She does not want me to. Okay. All right. Move to introduce F13.
Second. Third.
And the point I wanted to make is somewhat similar to the point that Mr. Birch made. We had a lot of confusion and contradictory information on costs. And I would hope that besides the C that's being prepared by your staff, we also allow Mr. Raskams to look at this. It appears to me that there's some significant financial matters here, including additional insurance and changing pay grades on these two. And so please prepare your C, but I'd also like to see both Ms. Weddleton and Mr. Raskams look at this too.
And that's
prior to.
Exactly. And the internal auditor will be involved in the development of the summary of economic.
Thank you. And that's going to be my comment on the next one too. That's why I pulled them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Any further comments? Seeing none, that item is introduced. Any objection? Seeing none, that's accepted. Thank you.
Move to introduce F14.
Thank you. Resolution
Second.
AR 2009-13, resolution approving administrative letters 0902 and 0903. Thank you. Ms. Osiander.
Same point.
Okay. Any other comments on this item? Seeing none.
I'm in the queue
that item
on that.
is introduced. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, it is a slightly different item, and I appreciate the administration bringing this forward. You know, we talked often about the opportunity for both parties to come together And I think the several things, as the municipal code requires this to be in the language, which is helpful that it now is, and then the other option is that the language that's being inserted speaks to the parameters and the process for meeting and conferring. And I think as we come into some of our challenging times of economics and others, we need to continue to work collectively with the bargaining units. And I think this language clearly spelled out in the preamble of the contract will help us clarify that. So I'm appreciative of the correction, the immediate correction to the oversight. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, that item is introduced. Any objection? Seeing none, that item is approved. Thank you. That is the conclusion of the consent agenda. Next item, we can't begin the public hearings until 6:30. Oh, okay. Item 11A is next on the agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair?
Mr. Coffey.
At the request of the administration, I would move to postpone action on 11A until we have finished item 13. If I can have a second, I'll explain it.
Okay. Is there a second?
Thank you. Madam Chair, this is, we've combined this with an earlier resolution, as you are aware, and this has been a problematic situation with regard to the tariff, with regard to assessments on homes and so forth. The administration requested that I move to postpone it so we could have a little bit of discussion on some practical issues before we bring it to the full body, and that's the reason for the motion.
Okay. Is there a date?
No, right after we're done with the 13.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Item 13.
Okay.
Just put it off for a little later in the evening.
Okay. Any objections? Madam, Ms. Osiander? No? Okay. We'll deal with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Later on during the continued public hearings. Okay. Okay, let's begin. Let's open the public hearings. We have no appearance requests tonight. And we have continued public hearings. First item is 13A, ordinance number AO 2008-131.
Waive reading.
Thank you. That item is on the floor. What's the wish of the body? Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, anyone wishing to testify on item AO 2008-131 regarding organization of the Assembly? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. Thank you. Okay, what's the wish of the body? Okay, Madam Dr. Selcraig.
I urge that we pass this. I think that it gives us a structure through which we can orderly go through transition. We were a bit confused about what our protocols were, and we had to rely on Robert Rules of Order as a backup. So I'm happy to see this, and I urge a yes vote.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with Dr. Selcraig that this issue needs to be clarified, needs to be codified. This was a very painful process because it was the first time we'd been down this road, and so there was a lot of stumbling in the dark. However, I have to say I am very uncomfortable with this particular method. I don't think this is a wise choice. I think the reason that Robert's Rules, which was our fallback position, set 8 votes as the barrier to remove a chair midterm is to avoid a certain amount of instability. And as this stands now, we could reorganize every single meeting. Somebody could step on somebody's toes or tell someone they were going to vote yes on their ordinance and then turn around and vote no. Of course, that's never actually happened on this body before. But and so get angry at the chair, and it would be like a banana republic. We could be changing leaders every day. You know, we'd have a new junta every day or every assembly meeting. I believe this does need to be codified so that we don't have to stumble through the very painful and unfortunately public process that we went through again. But as this stands, there's no notice required, so several times a meeting we could reorganize. I mean, it's possible. It's not likely. Clearly, not likely. But it is possible. No notice is even required in this. I think this is, I think it's an attempt at the right outcome, but this is the wrong way to get there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I, too, fear the boogeyman of instability. This was offered and intentionally offered to take place after we got through the issue of interim mayor and acting mayor and all of the things associated with Mr. Begich's election to the United States Senate. Historically, it has been 6 votes. That's the way it's been done. It was actually done by framers of the charter, including one of our current members' mother, Dr. Selcraig's mother. And that's the way it was done then. And it would seem to me that we should be able to, in the event it is deemed appropriate by a majority of our members, to change the leadership. The fact that it was done once with 6 members and then hasn't happened again for 20 or 25 years relieves me of the fear of the boogeyman that Mr. Gutierrez pointed out. And he's right in one sense. We could reorganize daily, hourly, minute by minute. I doubt that would ever occur. I think it would take something of significance, something in the order of magnitude of what we just faced, which was an extraordinary and unusual circumstance, and so forth. I prefer that we control how we organize ourselves rather than have it done by Robert's Rules of Order, which changes without so much as a how do you do to us. So I brought this forward along with Mr. Starr and Ms. Johnston. We urged that it be heard after the acting mayor issue was resolved, and it's now before us, and I think it is an appropriate ordinance, and I intend to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, in light of the past couple of comments, I'd like to move to reorganize the Assembly. No. Madam Chair, I think Mr. Coffey's interpretation is correct. Legal precedent regarding legislative bodies is very clear. Legislative bodies have the right to determine their own rules on how they operate, and all they need is a majority vote to do it, no matter what Robert's Rule says. And I respectfully disagree with the interpretation of the rules that said we needed 8 votes. I don't even think this is necessary. That said, for the sake of clarity, I will support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Johnston.
I agree with Mr. Coffey and do not have fear of the boogeyman because, for the most part, we're elected on 3-year terms, and every year we organize on a yearly basis, and it's always by a majority. And so far, I've gone through that organization twice, and I know it's not simple. And I know that getting the 6 votes is not simple. So the act of reorganization would be difficult. And I don't see it happening often. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Klayman. Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly, not as to the 6 versus 8 vote question, because I think if the body's view is that it should be done by 6 votes, I think that's a proper decision for the body to make and choose to reject the wisdom of Robert's rules. The lack of a notice requirement I see as problematic. I think it's not hard if somebody wants to reorganize to put something in on the Friday before saying I want to get reorganization going, and I think the public deserves a little bit more than the 10 o'clock news. Suddenly the Assembly leadership changed, and so I am troubled with the lack of a notice provision. And so while I don't have any concerns with the 6-5 nature, I do have trouble with the lack of notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Coffey.
My question is, we're looking at line 20 of the proposed ordinance, by the way. It says prior notice of the motion is not required. And I assumed that meant you wouldn't do it like you would do an ordinance, but it's organizational special minutes. For example, when I was just elected to vice chair, we didn't give notice. We took care of our own business. If that, I guess I don't understand. What would prior notice do? The public doesn't participate in this. We don't have a public hearing. It's a private internal matter. So my question is, what do we lose by having that written as it is? I don't understand that, other than maybe the chair is a bit surprised, which might be a good thing or a bad thing. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander.
The public cares far less about this than this body does. I have to tell you, the people out there watching that we represent, this is not a major deal to them who's sitting in that chair. What matters is what we actually do. This, to me, is common sense. I think we just need to pass it and move on with the more weighty matters in our agenda tonight.
We have a few of those. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
I'm curious, and I asked the question simply for my own enlightenment. Mr. Coffey and other members who have more experience might be able to answer this. When we reorganize in April, following the elections, is that noticed on the agenda, or is that a special order that is not on the agenda? Is there any notice involved with that?
Mr. Gutierrez, it's in the charter. It's right in front of It's right in front of us. It's item A.
Right,
on
I understand
line 14.
that, but is that something that's put on our agenda?
Yes.
Okay. So if that is noticed, why would we not notice any other reorganization? Anyone?
Who's speaking?
Well, and I can be swayed. I'm really asking a question.
I'll try if you
Okay, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Well, the organization that occurs annually is required by our charter. It's put on the agenda to tell us that here's where we will do it in the order of events. And what we do is we elect to do it after the consent agenda, but before you get into the public hearing agendas and those things. So we put it in there, I believe, just to say, okay, here in the order of the business, here's when we're going to do it. The change in leadership can occur at any time unexpected. I mean, when we didn't know when the mayor was going to resign. We didn't know Ms. Selcraig was going, we didn't know when Ms. Selcraig was going to resign. So when it happened, Ms. Drummond was elected vice chair and moved up. So on for tonight. If there were some benefit to the public or this body from some prior notice, I wouldn't have an objection. But so far, I don't see that there is one, nor do I understand the necessity for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any further comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, please vote.
Yes, approved.
Oh, Mr. Gutierrez, did you want to speak again? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, that item is approved. Is that 9? 9? No, that item is approved unanimously with Ms. Gray Jackson absent. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, item 13B. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Before the public's testimony on the next item is open, I'd like to announce that I plan to move to postpone this item. This is Title 21, Chapter 3, to postpone this item and continue the public hearing to our next meeting. Okay. So if you are interested in this, you may want to wait until the next meeting to testify, because at that time you'll have the chance to see the amendments that the committee is going to propose. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. The public hearing on this item is open. Is there anyone present who wishes to testify on Chapter 3 of Title 21? If you just heard Ms. Osiander, you may testify if you're here and you wish to do it tonight rather than on the 20th. We're going to continue this public hearing to the 20th. Anyone present wishing to testify, please come forward. Seeing none, Okay, thank you, Ms. Osiander. Any objection to continuing this public hearing? Okay, seeing none, that item is continued to January 20th. item 13C, Resolution AR 2008-276, a resolution authorizing the use of eminent
Waive
domain.
reading.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. The public hearing is open on this item. Anyone present wishing to testify? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Seeing none, any
No,
objection?
I have a discussion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Coffey.
I have a couple of questions. To whom should I direct them, Mr. Abbott? You?
You can start with me, and Jerry Hansen will undoubtedly assist.
Oh, okay, good. Is this done because we've reached some sort of an impasse with the property owner relative to these, this acquisition?
The functional answer to that is yes, but it's not because we're having an issue with price or functionality or anything else. The challenge becomes because of the ownership status of this parcel, it's become difficult to determine who owns it and who we should be working with. And we can tell the story if you'd like, Mr. Chairman, and Jerry or I can weigh in on this, but that's the primary barrier to a resolution at this point.
Was there an estate or something, just briefly? I don't want to get into it. If
It's
it's
the family-
necessary to complete it, then...
It's the family of Bill Allen that owns this property. And as a result of the way that Mr. Allen divested himself of his interest in this property as a result of recent events, it's a little unclear as to how this property is owned and how decisions about this property are to be made.
All right, thank you.
That's the status. There is not a conflict with the property owner on the merits of this right-of-way and this road project.
Okay. And then I just do note on the AM 772-2008, line 28, there's a reference to the decisional documents 1 and 2 as being attached, which might have answered some of my questions. And, of course, if I would have been really on the ball. Oh, we got that now?
Just now.
Ah. Okay. Thank you. It must have been provided tonight. Thank you, Ms. Handyside. Is there anything about them that would
Would have been nice.
lead to any issues relative? This seems like a pretty straightforward taking for purposes of public purposes.
That's correct. It is a very straightforward project, and under normal circumstances, we would expect this will increase the value of the affected property. They recognize that, see the benefit of it. We just can't figure out who should sign the documents.
All right. Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coffey, Mr. Abbott. Any further comments on this item? Okay. Any objection to approval of this item? Seeing none, this item is approved. Item 13D, resolution number AR 2008-287, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, accepting and appropriating 3
Waive reading.
State of Alaska Clean Water Fund loan offers. Thank you. The public hearing for this item is now open. Pardon me? Okay. All right. In that case, I would not want to waive reading until the numbers are done. Appropriating 3 State of Alaska Clean Water Fund loan offers in the aggregate amount of $3,795,000 for financing a portion of the costs of this fancy trunk. Okay. Thank you. All right. The public hearing is open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. Thank you. What's the wish of the body? Okay. All right. Any objection to approval? Okay. Seeing none, this item is approved. Next item, 13E, Ordinance AO 2008-124, an ordinance amending Chapter 25.35.
Waive reading.
To add a mission statement. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. It's the wish of the body. Okay. Do we have a second? Second. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Osiander.
If you look at the mission statement, actually this is on more than just amending the mission statement. It includes some clarifying language about the Community Development Authority and its responsibilities. But what drew my eye was the mission statement. This merging still causes me some concern. I think that the argument for creation here was that it would enable us to develop some properties in a way that would give us greater flexibility. The example was used of school sites and developing them and acquiring them has been, oftentimes we've been forced to pay the highest dollar. And I actually voted for the creation of this on an evening, I'm looking at Mr. Rada, on an evening when there was a lot of discussion about the potential for acquiring the Valley River Center. And I felt some duress on that vote at the time and continue to feel some concern about this. So when I looked at the mission statement, I thought I'd like to tighten it. I'd like to narrow the focus of the organization somehow. So I'm going to propose an amendment that instead of saying development opportunities for the highest public benefit, that instead it would read for the highest municipal benefit. If I could make that amendment. Second. Thank you. And the argument is pretty much, as I've already stated, that it would, instead of allowing the Development Authority to just go forth as it's fit to benefit a public, it would have to be tied to some municipal purpose or goal.
Okay, Ms. Osiander, that was a change.
That's an amendment.
On line 41.
On line 41, to change the word public to the word municipal.
All right, any comments on that minor amendment? Dr. Selkirk?
I had some questions about this, and it kind of goes along the lines with the mission and the intent. And I guess I want to be thoughtful about what we really intend to do with this authority.
Dr. Selkirk,
yes.
I apologize. We should take care of the amendment.
I'm
of
talking
the one.
to the,
Oh, okay, on that
yeah.
single amendment. Okay, thank you.
And so, actually, the issue of having a tool at the for the municipality to actually leverage municipal ends, but also leverage public-private partnerships that would be compatible, say, with a plan that we had. And so I'm wondering if by adding the term municipal, we are going to be limiting the capacity to actually make some things happen that ultimately is in the public interest and the municipal interest. So I'm not so sure I can support this, and I would be interested in Ms. Osiander's comments on it.
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
And then also from the administration.
I would think that, though I desire to tighten this, the amendment isn't necessarily going to be as limiting as I might personally desire it to be, because the ability to define highest municipal benefit could vary according to the individual. And certainly, I know that there could be an argument made that increasing the tax base, for instance, could be of a municipal benefit. I would love the opportunity to sit down with other assembly members and focus on this more clearly and work on it to tighten it.
I would like to do that.
Even more so. We attempted to get municipal oversight on this by having members of our body attend meetings, but I talked to members of this body who did that, and they had some frustration because they'd sit but couldn't really engage, and had at least 2 times, assembly members came to me and said they had very strong concerns about actions that occurred at the Development Authority, but had no opportunity or ability to do anything about those concerns. And that causes me some chagrin, and I don't know how to deal with it. This is admittedly a baby step in the direction of trying to bring this a little closer so that we actually feel confident that we understand the mission and what's happening. It could be that more comprehensive briefings could help, but right now I have a sense of unease that this amendment would help me to assuage, put it that way.
May I comment on, actually, to Ms. Osiander? What worries me is that it will, as I understand a development authority, is it for cities, they can become wonderful tools to forward public goals through working in public-private partnerships where you leverage your own resources with private resources in a way that gets you something more than either one of you could do by yourselves. So I'm wondering, would this language be better? And I'm also a little bit worried about wordsmithing in this format here at the podium. But how about opportunities for opportunities that forward municipal goals and objectives, because then municipal goals and objectives are broader. It includes your downtown plans. It gives you a framework which you say basically doing a private-public partnership would be compatible with a development plan that Eagle River already had in place or that the downtown Anchorage already had in place where you wanted. I'm just wondering from the administration what your thoughts are.
Go with you.
Would you be comfortable with that?
I think it would be better than the word public.
Okay, I'm just wondering what the administration thinks.
Defer to Ms. Michael.
Through the chair, we can accept that amendment.
So would you accept that as a friendly amendment? Or
No.
How do you want to do it? I'd like to move to substitute. And the language would be on line 41, create and develop opportunities that forward municipal goals and objectives using innovation, public partnership, or partnerships, sound planning, and incentives.
And I have no objection.
Thank you.
No, okay, here's the motion is to substitute,
and it goes
this phrase, that forward municipal goals and objectives, on line 41 for the words, for the highest public benefit. Is that correct?
Great.
Madam Chairman, if the motion doesn't already have a second, I will second it.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Okay, that amendment is before us. Any further comment on this amendment?
I have excuse me. Oh, no.
Okay, no comment on any objections to the amendment as brought forward? Seeing no objection, the amendment is approved. Okay, the amendment has been substituted and approved by the maker. And seeing no objection, that amendment is approved. Okay, any further discussion on this ordinance?
Madam Chairman, I have a...
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm looking on page 2, line 18 through 21, which is a new section.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Well, if folks would just take a minute, it's line 18 through 21. It's responsible for acquiring interest in real property, which has happened, investigating and studying real estate and housing conditions. I don't know to the extent which that has happened. Then designing, constructing, improving, altering, or repairing municipal property. That, to me, is a brand new section. Operating, managing, and controlling municipal land that it is assigned, I think, is existing duties and responsibilities. I have some real questions about what that middle section in line 19 and 20 talks about. And I just note this. We're in the process of repossessing a major development on Government Hill, and we're in second position, apparently, and we're talking about paying $6.8 million to pay off a bank so we can get the property back. That's a problem right there. Yeah. I don't know what constructing, designing, improving, altering, or repairing municipal property would entail. So I guess what I have is really a question, and the ACDA members on the list of our committees are Ms. Selcraig, Mr. Gutierrez, and Mr. Birch, and I was wondering if they might have any comment relative to that particular aspect of the change in the charge to this authority, because it's troubling to me.
We only do parking, right?
I also think we do some of it with real estate services and some of it with HLB, which is also another bit of a problem for me. Thank you.
Any comments from any of those folks?
I got a request to My request button is pushed.
Okay. Mr. Birch?
Yeah,
Okay.
I share these concerns, and I've had some discussion with other assembly members regarding the kind of the long-term impact. And one of the concerns I've had with with the approach of actually consuming our municipal land assets in the operations and maintenance of those very same assets. And it seems that at some point, these resources may more efficiently be, either sold or privately developed. And I guess I would share these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn? You're on the queue.
I apologize. My apologies, Madam Chair. I didn't mean to be in the queue.
Okay, you're out. Ms. Osiander, are you back in the queue?
I wanted to make some general comments, but based on this discussion, I'd like to hold, because I think my comments are going to be addressed to a motion.
That's right. Okay, Mr. Starr.
I guess through the Chair, for the administration, the full faith and credit of the municipality backs up the decision-making of this entity. Is that, we don't have a standalone entity here with self-funding and all the other stuff, but if they get in financial straits, the municipality bails them out?
Through the chair, that's a good question. The loan that they're anticipating taking on would not be a municipal loan. However, because ACDA is technically part of the municipality, I think in the event that years down the future, say, take a situation where ACDA decided 4 years down the road that they wanted to build a parking garage. So they issued a revenue bond and sold a revenue bond in order to create a parking garage. And then they incurred financial trouble. Just like any other enterprise fund of the municipality, a revenue bond is not backed by the promise of the taxpayer. It is only backed by the revenue of the organization issuing the bond. So in answer to your question, I would say no, not necessarily. The municipality, if ACDA ever came to financial trouble, could evaluate whether or not it wanted to participate in helping ACDA, but in and of itself, debt not backed by the voters is not a burden of the municipality.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Weddleton. Mr. Burke?
Is it a true enterprise agency by definition then, or would we have a gray one here?
Oh, it's not a gray one. It's what's called a component unit, which is slightly different than an enterprise fund.
Okay.
But it's not gray.
And the component unit's primary function early on was to manage the parking authority and the parking revenues and the parking meters and all of the other stuff. That's how we formed the entity, and we've slowly expanded it into other things. And this is essentially another expansion of the function of this. What did you just call it?
A component unit. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, you are correct that the early history of this organization was that of a parking authority, and that the purpose of the entity has broadened over time.
I have a couple specific questions, if I can. On page 4 of 16, on line 14, and this is, again, probably a financial question. Ms. Weddleton, thank you for answering the other one. We're looking at a definition that speaks to the gross operating revenues, means total operating revenues except for development activities. Now, where does the development activities get as you see the rest of the statement, it's talked about it in total operating revenues plus cash contributions. Where does the accounting of the enterprise activities actually occur, and why aren't we defining that in a separate statement of activity?
Through the chair, it might be helpful for me to explain why this change is being proposed.
Okay.
When you look at ACDA's financial statements, unlike most financial statements, they have 3 columns to them. Column number 1 is income and losses from parking. Column number 2 is income and losses from enterprise activities, and then column number 3, of course, is the total. The problem with charging MUSA on enterprise activities is that oftentimes an enterprise activity might be relatively large, but and might be good for the community or good for the municipality, but it might result in no net income. So let's say parking earned a modest net income capable of paying MUSA to the municipality, but they had an $8 million enterprise deal that cost them $8 million, so it was a break-even deal, but good for the community. Well, then they wouldn't have the ability to pay MUSA on that enterprise deal. So we performed...
Excuse me, they wouldn't have to, or we wouldn't be able to charge them? The clarity is what I'm trying to get at. Is there an avenue to make a deal look more beneficial because you wouldn't have a tax burden on it? And then when we start competing with private industry, you're putting an unfair advantage out there, unfortunately. So can you clarify the need to tax it or the exemption ability?
Through the chair, instead of calculating the MUSA on the gross revenue associated with the transaction, it would be calculated on any profit, if any was created, any operating profit. So it's a, in my opinion, it's a good balance between the need for the municipality to continue to earn a return from its ownership of this entity compared with the potentially conflicting objective to encourage good projects.
I guess that's good, except the multiplier factor for MUSA is the 1.25 times the gross, and so what you're saying there is a different formula, in essence, when you exclude that. So I'm a little perplexed on that. And I guess my next question, thank you for that answer.
Okay, Mr. Birch, is that it?
Mr. Starr, actually, I had one more, but I can't remember where it was. It inserted the words owned properties. And if you could just clarify me the difference between owned and then I would assume there's leased and managed and all the other stuff that goes into that. Why are we adding the word owned only now?
Through the chair, again, an explanation might be the best answer to this question. This change grew from the fact that ACDA had entered into a management contract for the JCPenney garage, which it does not own. But the agreement required ACDA to pay property taxes on behalf of the JCPenney garage. So effectively, ACDA was in the uncomfortable position of paying twice. They were paying property taxes, and then they were also paying MUSA because of the way the language without this change existed. So we felt that this would be a fair solution because then property taxes or MUSA would only be paid on the properties that ACDA actually owned.
Well, again, and I don't want to turn it into a debate necessarily, but if you allow that exemption to occur and we modeled now development projects that are different than what's traditionally been done through ACDA, don't they get into an unfair competitive advantage if they perhaps developed a property and then leased it out? I guess then we have a property perhaps that nobody paid tax on.
Through the chair, at this point in time, I don't perceive that would be a possibility. However, if we ever entered into that type of arrangement, the municipality would most likely aggressively promote a code change in order to capture some sort of taxation, whether by the owner or by ACDA.
I see. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Selcraig, you're next.
Yes, I have a few comments, and then I'm going to move to postpone this to February 3rd so that we can have a work session. So actually, I move to postpone this till February 3rd.
Okay, to continue. You're continuing it. Okay.
But I do have I would like to make a few comments and some of the things that I'd like clarified at the work session, assuming this were to pass. Sheila, you want, okay, that's fine. And I'd like to have an opportunity to speak.
Okay, the public hearing has been closed, so we're continuing, we're postponing action until February 3rd, following a work session.
Right, I'd like to make some comments. Will we do that afterwards if we postponed? Okay. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to do it before we postponed it? I'm going to go ahead. Thank you,
ahead and do
Mr.
that,
Coffey,
yeah.
for your advice. The issue for me when I looked at this is there seems to be a fuzzy line between the role of the Heritage Land Bank and the role of the Development Authority. And I actually am a big advocate of an effective, useful Development Authority. And I see that a little bit different than actually Ms. Osiander's perception of finding sites for schools in the long run. I think that that's more of the Heritage Land Bank's role. So it seems to me, and I'm wondering if we haven't got some redundant kind of responsibilities or identities in these two entities, and I'm wondering how they line up next to each other, and if we're really maximizing the opportunities associated with the Development Authority and also maximizing the opportunities with the Heritage Land Bank and seeing how they're working together to complement one another, because I think we've got great skills and history with the Heritage Land Bank, and I also know that the Development Authority is a great tool to get us to the next level in terms of this community. So one of the things I'd like addressed, assuming we pass the decision to postpone this, or the proposal to postpone this, is I'd like some clarification about what, this mission statement is just a couple words, what the vision is for the Development Authority, and then also how that vision meshes with the Heritage Land Bank. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Osiander, did you wish to speak before we take
Yes,
up
I did, in
postponement?
support of a motion to postpone. First, I want to say a thank you to Mr. Pollack. It has been refreshing that he has made proactive outreach where he's sat down and sought a chance to talk to us individually to bring us up to speed on some of the issues. So thank you for that. I do think that a work session would be helpful, not only to clarify the delineation of responsibilities between HLB and this organization, but also real estate services. I think it would also be helpful to give a little bit of history. I know and I remember vividly some of the debate when we created this entity, and I have to tell you there was a lot of concern about where the Assembly's responsibility intersected. We had debate over that dollar figure. We had debate over Assembly participation. And some of that has not developed the way I anticipated. So I think a little history recon could be helpful there, too. So I'll look forward to the work session, urge support for the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Birch?
I, too, would like to commend the leadership of the ACDA. I think you guys have done a great job here. I think we are entering uncertain times. I know we've got, although it's primarily a parking operation, we've had some pretty significant changes downtown with the addition of the new parking facilities in town, but also on the real estate side, trying to understand how our financial future might be tied to the Glen Square Mall, for instance, and I think we also discussed the Jaguar development at Hollywood Hills. So I think that would be welcome, and I would support the postponement. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. I'd like to ask our members of the Assembly who are appointed to the ACDA board to meet with that group before our work session so we can get it squared away.
That'd be good.
And what are we looking at, half an hour on the work session or an hour?
How long?
1 hour?
I think
Okay.
an hour.
Okay.
Don't you think?
All right.
And Madam Chairman, it would be helpful if people have specific questions, if you would forward them to us.
Okay, very good. And we'll set that for a work session on January 30th. Is that right, Madam Clerk? And is there any objection to postponing action on this item as suggested? Seeing none, that item is postponed until the meeting of February 3rd with a work session on January 30th. Okay. All right, let's see. I hear that dinner is here. Do we want to take up the next item? Or
If you're the chair, we can have dinner whenever you want.
I'm
Let's,
sorry, Madam Chair, what did you, I didn't hear you.
should we take a dinner break or take up the next item?
I think this is very quick.
Okay. Go ahead. The next item is...
It seems straightforward. I may be wrong.
Item 13F, ordinance number AO 2008-125, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly changing the names of the Anchorage Parks and
Waive
Recreation
reading.
Service Area and the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Commission. Public hearing on this item is now open. Is anyone present wishing to be heard? Please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me find this thing. Okay, I have Mr. Abbott in the queue. Ms. Oceana, would you like to address this first?
I just wanted to clarify something,
Okay.
if I could. When this was crafted, I was under a misunderstanding that Girdwood was included in the Anchorage parks, and I found out from Mr. Dillon that that was not correct. And as such, I was going to offer instead on the second page, where it says Anchorage Bull and South Anchorage Parks, that it just read Anchorage Bull Parks and Rec. And I have tried to listen to see if there's any opposition or concerns, and I have not heard any from anyone, so I'll be interested to hear what Mr. Abbott has to say.
Okay, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Osiander. Our recommendation is simply, I think there are some questions about whether this requires voter approval or not. I've talked to Ms. Tucker, and I understand her position on it. I think I'd at least like to have a little time and to think about that. We'd also recommend that this would go to the Parks and Rec Commission, the Anchorage Parks and Rec Commission, for their recommendation in advance of action on it. If we're going to change the name of that entity as well as the service area that they support, we think it's reasonable that it go to them for a recommendation.
Well, Mr. Abbott, I certainly don't object to it going to the commission. I am a little bit chagrined that now you think there's some legal matter, because this has been it's been on the agenda for months, and I've talked to you about it several times. So if you do have a legal concern, I would appreciate hearing about it ASAP.
And that would take place concurrent. Any review or work that we would do would be concurrent with the review.
Sir, please.
Prior to it going to the commission?
Why refer it to the commission if you think there's a legal problem with it?
Okay.
There's no rationale.
Okay. That's fair too. I was just thinking to save time, we could do them concurrently, but if it's...
Well, I talked about this and introduced this easily 2 months ago. Well, no, I talked about it prior to November 25th. And so I'm a little bit chagrined. And in fact, I've talked to Mr. Dillon, I talked to Mr. Nelson, and this is the first hint I've heard that there's any potential legal problem. So I'm frustrated. But I'm happy with referring it to the Anchorage Commission. Thank you. Look at Mr. Dillon there. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Starr.
I'll actually withdraw if that's the motion on the floor, is it?
Well, it seems to me pretty straightforward, but if you think that they want to weigh in on it, that's okay by me.
Okay, Mr. Klayman, you were in the queue. Are you out?
I will make a couple of comments. Ms. Osiander and I talked about this when it was first introduced, and I expressed then that the criticism that the parks service areas and the names are kind of not good descriptors of where they serve, I think is valid. I think that we ought to try to look at all three. There's a Girdwood Parks area, there's Anchorage, there's Eagle River, and I'm not sure the names Ms. Osiander are proposing really help advance the ball a lot. I think we want to try to look at all three and see if there's better naming for all three that could make it easier for the public to understand what we're talking about. But I think sending it to the Parks Commission makes sense. I think that's a good starting point.
Could I ask Mr. Klayman?
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
His recommendation to me was Anchorage City Parks at the time, and then I talked to Mr. Dillon, and he said that historically there might be some problems with that. So
right, that's the...
Just to add some information.
I'm just always reminded when your family has a child on the way and you try to think of names and you think, well, whatever name we're going to give them, they're going to have for a long time. And
So describing the geography seems straightforward to me, Mr.
right, but some of the names seemed a little bit less, these seem like they're more descriptive than maybe needed. So I think we should look at it further and not vote on it tonight.
Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
So I'd like to move to refer this to the Anchorage Parks Commission.
Oh, I'll withdraw my.
I'm sorry.
Get me.
Okay, you'll hold your
Second.
comment?
I'll second.
Okay. Thank you. That's been moved and seconded to refer to the Anchorage.
Point of order and question from Ms.
Mr.
Osiander.
Coffey, go ahead.
Ms. Osiander, does that include should we also send it to Girdwood and Eagle River? Or not?
I don't think so. I don't.
Well, I can't
care.
understand why this is such a big deal. You introduced it November 25th, and now we got legal issues and referrals, and it's a name.
It wasn't clear to me what the legal issues are.
I have no clue.
So I guess I have a question.
Okay. If you want to, it's your ordinance. If you want to do it, I'll support it.
Ms. Selkirk, go ahead.
I am still unclear about how sending it to the Parks Commission will resolve the legal issues, or if there are legal issues, or what. It's not clear to me why this isn't why we can't act tonight.
The legal issues and the Parks Commission will happen concurrently.
The two different issues. The legal concern is, can a change be made to a service area description, such as this, without the consent of the members of the service area? That's one. And second, there's the issue of whether the Parks and Rec Commission, that's simply an issue of whether they have an opinion on this that the Assembly would benefit from. And I'm not I'm suggesting those two separate processes can take place simultaneously. And I believe, briefly.
But well, okay, thank you. I think if you've already moved to postpone, let's just postpone it. Let's have them. Are you okay? But they're telling us that there's a legal problem. Wait, Dan.
Okay, hold on a minute.
There's a legal problem. Why don't we solve
Madam Chair, there's a lot of discussion. Just go ahead and break for dinner and then deal with this vote.
I think that's a good idea.
Madam Chair.
Getting lobbied.
Madam Chair, just before the dinner break, I would note that I will instruct assuming that this motion to send it to the Parks Commission is approved, I will instruct the municipal attorney to get an opinion as to whether or not it can be done without a vote of the voters prior to it getting to the Parks Commission.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to end discussion on this item?
Postpone discussion until after dinner?
Okay, we'll postpone until after dinner, and we're going to take a break for dinner right now. Thank you. We'll be back at 7:30.
Impacts. We talked with the city attorney. He said that the assembly attorney and Rhonda had spoken earlier and did not see any major legal issues regarding just a name change. The Park Commission, I've got a meeting with them Thursday night. I will apprise them of this decision. We don't see any reason to delay it for their recommendations.
So we could act tonight.
We could act tonight.
Thank you.
And I did talk with Assembly Member Osiander, and I think the discussion was to eliminate the Park Commission from the resolution, so not change the name of the Park Commission, and then to use the Anchorage Bowl Park and Recreation Department.
It's called the Anchorage Bowl. Are we going to need to amend it? Is that the? I don't know. I think I've missed this. Ms. Osiander, we really need your help here. We're proceeding.
Okay, the motion that's on the floor that needs to be dealt with is referral to the Parks Commission. Is that correct?
I would urge instead that we vote on the main motion, since I've had a conference during the lunchtime period with Mr. Dillon, Mr. Abbott, Mr. Reeves, and believe we can just deal with this simply. The one change I'm going to propose, though, is to take the commission out of it so that we won't rename the commission itself, but we will instead just deal with the service area and call it the Anchorage Bowl service area.
Okay. the
And so
clerk
I'm going
informs-
to urge voting no for the referral to committee.
Okay, just a minute. The title includes the changing the name of the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Commission. Doesn't that create a problem?
Mr. Reeves, since what I'm proposing amending is more restrictive than what was noticed, is it okay? The legal says yes, that's fine.
Okay, what are we changing here, Ms. Osiander?
All right, could we handle the referral to committee motion amendment first, Madam Chair?
Okay.
And I'm urging a no vote on that one.
Did anybody even do it?
Madam Clerk, what's the motion?
Wasn't,
The motion was not seconded. It was made by Mr. Coffey. The motion was to refer to the Anchorage Parks Commission.
okay, and that was not seconded?
I was going to say died. for
Thank
lack
you,
of-
so that just dies.
Good.
That simplifies
Okay.
matters a bit.
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
All right, I'm trying to, I carried it around with me. Then I'm going to make two amendments. The first amendment is to delete references to the commission, and I'm going to then delete section 2 under the ordains, which is line 15 through 18. Second page. Though the whereases, I think, add to the overall impact, the actual action is in the section 1 through 4.
Okay, so you're deleting section 2.
Right, and Dr. Selcraig just brought to my attention that lines 21 through 27 refer to the commission, and so those could also be deleted. So that would be my first amendment.
Line 21 through 27 on the first page?
On the first page,
Okay.
both of those whereases refer to the commission.
And section 2 on page.
But the more integral part of the amendment is the deletion of section 2, which is a specific reference to renaming the commission.
Second.
And thus it would renumber, section 3 would become section 2, and the reference to section 2 will go away on line 22?
Yes.
Okay, section 1, period. I'm sort of making amendments here.
That's not
Okay.
all. This is the... Yeah. So that would be my first amendment.
Okay, is any discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chairman, just a quick clarification, you
Mr.
may be
Chair.
dealing with this in other amendments, but in section 1, it leaves intact that language that says, "and South Anchorage Parks and Recreation."
my next
That's your-
amendment,
Oh, fair enough. Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Chairman.
Let's deal with one set of amendments at a time. Okay, and no comments on this? Okay, so we're going to vote. The amendment as presented is number 1, to delete section 2 on page 2, lines 15 through 18, renumber the following two sections, delete and section 2 on lines 21 and 22, and on page 1, delete the two whereases contained in lines 21 to 27. Please vote. Is there any objection to these amendments? Seeing no objection, these amendments are approved.
My second
Ms.
amendment?
Osiander, go ahead.
On section 1 of page 2, line 12, delete the words "and South Anchorage." And then it would read, "The Parks and Rec service area created by AO is hereby named the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area."
Second.
Thank you. Comments?
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, my button's not working.
I'm sorry?
On my copy, that's actually on line 10.
Line 10. Interesting.
What I'm looking at on the document viewer.
Are you looking at electronic document?
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
the printed document is fair enough.
It's on 12, yes.
That's interesting.
The language is clear enough that
That happens. That happens. It's Microsoft. All right, we're deleting the words "and South Anchorage" on line 12 in section 1, middle of section 1. Any objections to that deletion?
Who made the motion?
Pardon me?
Nobody logged in to the motion.
Oh, okay. Ms. Osiander, we need the motion.
She made it, I second.
Okay, there it is. I have Sheila okay, Ms. Selcraig seconded. Okay. All right. Any objection to that change in the proposed name change? Seeing none, that is amended. Okay, anything else, Ms. Osiander?
Well, then the final matter, Madam Chair, we just dealt with amendments. Did we deal with the whole?
No, as amended. The ordinance is before us as amended. Any, I lost my...
Any opposition?
Any opposition to the approving the ordinance as amended? Seeing none, the ordinance is amended, and the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service Area has been renamed. Thank you.
Where are we on the agenda?
All right. Okay. Okay, next item on the public hearings, item 13G, ordinance number AO 2008-126, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal
Waive
Code,
reading.
Section 9. Let me at least get through the bold type so the public knows what we're talking about. Municipal Code, Section 9.28.026C, to authorize the electronically signed police reports for post-seizure probable cause. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to testify? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. It's the wish of the body.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any discussion? No discussion? I think is there any objection to the passage of this item? Seeing no objection, this item passes unanimously. We're now in new public hearings.
No.
Oh, I'm
Back
sorry.
11A.
Okay.
And 9.
Old business and unfinished action on public hearing items.
It also is not even 11A. Remember that?
11A is resolution number AR 2008-243, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, approving a water main extension identified as the Knik View Intertie Water Extension and providing for assessment of benefit properties at time of service connection. And 9B1, an associated resolution number AR 2009-11, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, excluding parcels adjacent to the water main extension identified as the Knik View Water Intertie from public water service, brought forward by Assemblymember Osiander. See, the public hearing on this item is closed. Has been closed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any discussion?
Move
Actually,
to approve,
okay.
move to approve item 11A.
Second.
Okay, hold on a second. The maker, the sponsor is making her way back to the table. Okay, wait, we need the microphone. Start that again.
My understanding is I just got some new information that dealt with the potential implications of approval of one part of this and not the other part of that. I was out in the hallway trying to understand the implications of that, and so I was wondering if this body would object if we move this to the latter part of the agenda so I have a few more moments. And so I would like to move to postpone this to the end of the agenda tonight.
Second.
Okay, any objection?
Just a quick, would the rest of the body not benefit from hearing this explanation as well, or?
Well, I think that you're going to hear a whole ton of this, but if you don't mind my getting a better understanding, maybe I'll change even what I'm asking you to potentially consider based on this conversation. That's all right?
So we'll deal with this at the end of new public hearings.
Thank you.
Okay.
If there's no objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, there was no objection. Okay. All right, new public hearings. Item 14A is before us, resolution number AR 2009-2, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use in the B2B Central Business District Intermediate for for Wildfin Sea Grill Restaurant. Okay, Mr. Coffey has a potential conflict here.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The owners of Wildfin Sea Grill Restaurant are also the owners of Orso's and the Glacier Brew House. They have been clients of mine for 20 years. I have represented them both in their business matters and in their private matters. And so I believe, because of that private relationship, even though I have no financial interest in the Wildfin Sea Grill, I believe that my private interests make it very difficult for me to put the public interest first, although I fail to see why another fine dining establishment in Anchorage would be somehow against the public interest. Nonetheless, I'm charged with weighing that, and it's problematic to do that when you have clients. So I would like to be declared to have a conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I think you have better understanding of this than most any of us here, and I appreciate that. And I ruled that you have a conflict and you are excused for the discussion
and I need
of this
to
item.
Vacate the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard on the Wildfin Sea Grill Restaurant's liquor license? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Coffey hasn't even left the room yet. He better come back. Okay. Seeing and hearing.
I had a comment.
Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not used to looking here. I'm used to talking to people about this. Okay. Ms. Selcraig.
I'm going to support this evening. I'm actually excited about the location and the venue that's going to come along with the Wildfin Sea Grill Restaurant. I think it's in the right place at the right time, and I'm glad to see it's a sign that Anchorage is moving forward. It's a statement that we plan to continue to be a destination, and we expect people to show up at that convention center and pour out of the convention center and have good places and good choices to eat. So I was really pleased to see this in the packet, and I plan to vote for it, and looking forward to eating there. And, of course, I'll pay for my own dinner.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Any further comments from the body? Any, pardon me? Oh, okay. Let's see. Hold on a second. Where is it? Okay. All right. Since Mr. Coffey is abstaining, we're going to actually vote on your screens. If you would go ahead and vote. It's open.
Mr. Birch? Ms. Osiander?
Is out of the room.
Okay.
I think we better get her back in the room. Are we going to have a problem?
No, we've got it.
Okay. All right. We're all right? Okay. That passes 7 votes in favor, 1 absent, 1 abstaining, and 1 recused. Getting pretty complicated. Okay. The resolution has passed. Next item, 14B. Ordinance number AO 2008-127, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning of approximately 4.24 acres from T or transition to ROSL residential office with special limitations for Glen Heights subdivision tract A1. This item is now open for public hearing.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Potter.
Members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter for the record, representing Dowell HKM. Tonight, I believe, is a pretty straightforward rezone. The parcel, as shown on pages 22 and 23 of your packet, indicate its location, and it's really the last remaining tract of about 4.24 acres in what has now been developed as a Cook Inlet Housing Authority. Kind of mixed use and residential high-density development area, much of it focused at senior housing and affordable housing. The proposed use for the piece of property being changed from T, which is an old, outdated, old-fashioned zoning district, to ROSL, is to be a 59-unit senior housing, affordable in nature, and the second phase of the project being a internal community center that would be a benefit to the entirety of all of these projects out here. As you can see in the ordinance that's come forward, there are restrictions on the types of uses. They're fairly limited and structured to fit into this area and this development. Those of you that aren't aware and hasn't visited this area should know that it is probably one of the best maintained and developed properties in the city. Cook Inlet Housing has done a great job for the last 25 years developing this area. Within the last year or two, they purchased and acquired this last 4-acre piece that was not under their control. They are now entitled. So they've come forward with this project, and we've gone through Planning and Zoning Commission, and we are in agreement with all of the conditions and special limitations except item number 4. This was a requirement or recommendation to you to have a non-public hearing site plan review. A couple of aspects to that. Number one, it came up very late in the hearing and was represented by one of the staff members as being a not very expensive or difficult thing to do. And my position is that when you have a quality developer who has consolidated these properties over the last 25 years and put in one of the better projects with multiple design award-winning projects, that this is not the time when they're trying to service the community with a high-quality senior affordable housing project and a community center to force them to go through a two-step, two-phased approval process, even though it's non-public hearing. That still means that each time you do this, you take at least an addition of a month to the approval process, sometimes 2. And by the time you get to the design level that you're doing this, you've probably spent $30,000 to $50,000. So as you read in the minutes, the municipal staff person, in response to Ms. Pease or Commissioner Pease' question, did this add any significant additional cost or impact? The staff person responded that the application fee is only $3,360. And in fact, that's a tenth or less of the price of what it costs to go through the site plan review process. So, if this were a different developer, and I hadn't witnessed myself 25 years of very good quality development, where they've continually gone to the community council and included them in the process, I'd say that a site plan review would be appropriate. But in this case, I cannot define or discern any advantage or benefit to the overall community by forcing this property owner to go through that process. So with that, I'd request your approval with the exclusion or deletion of item 4, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, Mr. Potter, define affordable in nature.
It is, I don't have the specifics, but it would go under the HUD definition. So it is based on your income and presses down quite far into the price marketing. Okay. So it truly will be affordable housing, not just the lower cost of the high-end stuff that's around town. This is also the developer, for your information, that recently completed the Grass Creek Village project on Muldoon Road in the Town Center project.
My other question, Madam Chairman, is to the administration. From your perspective, what is the benefit of the non-public hearing site plan review for this project?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gutierrez, basically the reason staff insert this into the recommendation of the Planning Commission was basically there were two reasons. The proximity to Centennial Park, to make sure that it's compatible with, there's natural vegetation and it's undeveloped on the east side of the Centennial Park there. But importantly as well as the design standards that we're proposing in the revisions to Title 21, they're not yet adopted, and we were trying to be able to look at some of those design standards that we're proposing in the future. If a non-public hearing site plan review is problematic from the applicant, we would probably recommend that the administrative site plan review this so we can still look at those things.
If I could get you to identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Jerry Weaver, Planning Department.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
The Chair, thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk.
I have a couple of questions. One to Mr. Potter, and would an administrative site plan review be a less cumbersome process? Would it be quicker, or are we talking about the same challenges in terms of time and cost?
If it were done as an administrative site plan review process based on how we've done those in the past, it's still another step and a place that you can get tripped up as you've gone significantly into the design process. We always have the ability to appeal any problems with that administrative site plan review back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. If the Assembly believes that it's important to have some type of site plan review, especially in this case, that would be my preference, would be administrative. But I hope the Assembly understands in the development process when you insert that, then you are having a staff level review, and they may not be as specifically involved in the project as the designers have been, and you spend an awful lot of time and money getting to that point at about 35 to 65% drawings before you can actually take it there and get the comments. So if there's a significant change or something where the administration won't bend or won't accommodate the project or won't consider alternatives, it could be very disruptive.
I have a question to the administration and actually to Mr. Weaver. I guess one of the things I'm concerned about here is that it's a two-phased review. Is it realistic or is it possible to do a single administrative site plan review that addresses the issue of the park and those design considerations? Is there a way to go about this so that you're not that the applicant doesn't have to come in twice, but they actually can put together a site plan for the project, address the issues in terms of the park and the new codes, and visit you once?
Chair, Dr. Selkirk, it really is a one-step process. It takes about 30 to 40 days once they submit it to the department for us to review and turn it around. From what they've developed there so far, they've done exemplary projects. That is one of the nicest multifamily areas in East Anchorage, and I'm sure they'll do the same. We're looking to make sure that it topographically fits in with Centennial Park, doesn't affect the park on the east boundary, and we're looking for Winter City design concepts to be applied to it if possible.
So I guess, Mr. Weaver, what's the most efficient? I mean, I'm actually familiar with this developer. I'm happy with their work. I have confidence that they're going to do a good job, but I also respect that the municipality has standards that they want to maintain. What's the most efficient way to work? Because this is low-income housing, so everything adds to the cost. So what's the most efficient way to structure this so the project can be moved forward efficiently and the needs that you've raised can be addressed? How would you structure this in the most efficient way to meet the goal?
Madam Chair, Dr. Selkirk, we would recommend administrative site plan review, and we will process it expeditiously and work cooperatively with the applicant.
And that's a single. They don't have to come in for each phase.
That's a one-step process.
Okay. Mr. Potter, do you think you could, how would that function for you?
Philosophically, I'll say that if everybody had to go through a site plan review process, then there would be no problem. And everybody would be dealt with fairly. What's unfortunate is that oftentimes the better developers are forced to go through the site plan review process because they're taking on the more difficult projects on more difficult properties. And I believe that's unfair and not even appropriate. If the Assembly believes that there needs to be a site plan review, I can accept an administrative site plan review, and I know that Mr. Weaver will work with us. But I think some of the existing issues with the site, like the 33-foot wide overhead power lines and easement that's there that is maintained and clear-cut by the utilities, limits our ability to buffer our project necessarily from Centennial Park. Now, we believe that Centennial Park is a huge asset to in fact, Cook Inlet Housing's overall project. We've included southern-facing areas inside the building and under the building parking, rooftop deck, if it can be done. And, you know, every cost that's added on to the process is something that gets taken away from the project. And you know, with this developer, their track record, the design team that's involved, and the developer's commitment to the community clearly over the last 25 years, you know, I hate to see anything extracted out of it. I'm more than happy to work with the staff, and I know the client will as well, and move forward.
My question is in terms of documents that you would typically have to prepare, I mean, you basically have to have a site plan to develop this project. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so we're not really asking you to create a new site plan. What we're really doing is giving the administration, I mean, giving the planning department administratively an opportunity to talk to you about that site plan and suggest changes if they think they're important. Is that really what's happening here? In terms of, I guess,
you would be requiring us to expose the design of the project to the staff, which I've never balked from a site plan review process, and I know that you know that. I'm not afraid of putting the projects that we're involved in up against anybody's, and that's why I'm usually not concerned about the site plan review. But in this case, yes, you're doing the design project and doing the plans and the engineering and all the architecture and bringing that project forward to get it to a point you actually have a plan that you can represent to the staff so that they can understand what it is. By that time, you spend a lot of money. And if there's a significant divergence or redirection of that, that can have a huge impact, timing and cost to the project. And, you know, in this case, I just don't see it as being warranted.
So I'm wondering, because I have a lot of confidence in this particular project and this particular developer, because they've done good jobs elsewhere, I'm wondering, is there some way to establish the criteria that needs to be in place, the points that need to be considered in the site plan, and then have a review to make sure those points have been considered? Does that, Mr. Weaver, is that an option? So that I think that there's always this nervousness when you do a site plan review that you actually lay the whole thing out and suddenly people are interested in a whole variety of aspects of the project, and you're not just talking about the buffering and the Title 21 requirements. So, Mr. Weaver, do you have any thoughts on this?
Madam Chair, Dr. Selcraig, if you're not going to have either a public hearing, non-public hearing site plan review or administrative site plan review, you would want the structure of the ordinance to include the language that's on page 2 of the ordinance under item 4, that the projects substantially conform to those sections. But that really isn't a good suggestion either, because signage is regulated by the code. The only things that are in here really are architectural design, material, lighting, and PED, the Northern Design Concept. So as long as those are the items that we were looking for, the existing project has a lot of those components in it. So if the Assembly is comfortable that, you know, the existing developments met a lot of those components, remove the condition. Otherwise, it seems to me it would be an administrative site plan review.
Okay, Dr. Selkirk.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Potter, the reason this is, I think, a little problematic is we're betwixt and between. You know, we've spent years on Title 21. And I think one of the things that concerns me is how do we get from where we are today to ensure that, and in particular the things that Mr. Weaver just mentioned, are incorporated into it. And would language that would direct the design guidelines to include consideration of or planning about things like architectural design, materials, lighting, and Northern Design principles, would that be direction enough to ensure that it's done and give us the level of confidence that you're looking toward the future and what you know is coming down the road? Or do you think we don't need anything at all?
My personal opinion on this specific project with this property owner is that nothing's needed at all. Now, and I don't want to get into specifics, but there have been site plan reviews that have been done in this town that, on one end is Bailey's at International MC, and that went through a site plan review. That frustrates me. And yet, on the other hand, we've had people in public facility site plan reviews discuss where the bench should be on the site plan, and this bush ought to be changed to this kind of bush, or you ought to add 10 more trees. And this sometimes is coming from someone, when we have a licensed landscape architect in the state of Alaska on our design team, and yet it's being reviewed by folks that are good folks and talented, but don't have those credentials. It makes it difficult for us sometimes to go through that process. Can we work it out? Jerry and I can work it out. And if it were just Jerry and I, or his team and Jerry had the final say, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Osiander, you're next.
I apologize, Mr. Potter, I missed the beginning of what you said. How many phases in this project?
Pardon?
How many phases in this project?
There are two. One is the 59-unit residential piece, and the second phase is the community center.
Okay. Second question. The planning and zoning also talked about a second fire access road
Yes.
being required. I don't see that in the ordinance itself. Is it now?
It is incorporated into the plat, and the plat has to be recorded to make the rezone become effective as it's currently written. And that's how that was covered.
Okay.
And we'll be working with AWW. We've had discussions, and PM&E, and are entering into do work in public property. It's called doing work within a public place. And we'll be building a fire access over by the Mary Conrad Center to AWW's parcel, which is a benefit to AWW because they only currently have one access by fire.
You more than answered it. I got it. Okay, one more. Is there a significant time delay between Phase 1 and Phase 2 as currently envisioned?
There could be from a funding standpoint, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I do have opinions on this administrative, but I'll hold the administrative site review, but I will hold that until we have discussion on this.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez?
Actually, Madam Chairman, just a quick point of order. Are we still in the public hearing, or have we moved into
We're still in the public hearing.
Then I will save my question for later, as Ms. Osiander did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Potter? Thank you, Mr. Potter. Anyone else wishing to be heard in this public hearing? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Now I'll ask my question through the chair. Mr. Weaver, Mr. Potter said something that intrigued me, and forgive my my ignorance or inexperience. Who does have the final say in something like an administrative site plan review? How does that work?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gutierrez, basically they apply to the department, the staff reviews it, and the director signs off on it.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Osiander, you're next.
I have some sympathy to amending this. I don't necessarily believe it needs to go back before P&Z, for instance. However, a large portion of the Title 21 changes that we're currently envisioning do call for more public oversight, call for public hearings. And it seems to me that an administrative site plan overview is not overly cumbersome, even though I understand the applicant is not eager for it to happen. This community has been, I think, inundated with low-income housing and apartment complexes, though this isn't going to be like a lot of the bad development that's occurred in the past. This is a good project. I'm totally supportive of the project. And I was going to urge just one single administrative plan review, but if there's a significant time delay in the phases and the projects, I think it makes sense to have two. So I'm prepared to make an amendment to change it to administrative site plan review, but I'm going to hold that amendment until I hear what Mr. Coffey's penning here on the paper. He's coming up with something. But generally, that's where I am. I think an administrative site plan review is not overly cumbersome.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Ms. Johnston.
I was just wondering what precedent we would be setting if we didn't have any kind of review, just because we feel comfortable with the developer. I mean, for all the reasons that we've talked as far as Title 21, have we done this in the past? And have we done it in the most recent past?
I'm sure, Ms. Johnson, but basically what it would mean is the existing standards of the code today would be applied to a building permit, and that would be its review. They would need to meet the lot coverage requirements, the setback requirements, the parking requirements, landscaping requirements, not necessarily looking at PED connectivity, any buffering, any winter city design concepts. So those things would not be looked at.
But my question is, are we setting up a precedent here? So if we had another circumstance where another developer came to us within the next couple months with the same, I mean, because you've already stated that their previous development has taken in the northern cities design and has taken in a lot of the designing aspects of
Madam Chairman, Ms. Johnson, they have, in this case, they're oriented the siting of the properties. They have good solar access. They have good connectivity to the structures. If the Assembly is comfortable with what's happened in the past and believe that will happen in the future, you can do it on a case-by-case basis, but the next applicant that comes in will be looking at the same thing and making the same recommendation, but you just basically need to put it on the record as to why you believe it's not necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just happened to have the opportunity to tour this facility last April, and if half of the developments in this town were half as good as this one, we'd be 100 miles ahead of where we are today, and you wouldn't have anything to do in the Title I community because we'd be done. I'm absolutely comfortable letting this move forward as is, and I appreciate the efforts that Mr. Potter and his colleagues have put in, and trust they'll do a good job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Coffey, you're next.
First, a question for law. My memory is this. There is no existing code requirement for either a public hearing site plan review or non-public hearing site plan review by P&Z, nor for an administrative site plan review under current code. This was placed as a condition by staff, but not mandated by Title 21. So maybe Mr. Weaver can answer that, or law. Is that a correct understanding of the law?
Madam Chair, Mr. Coffey, I can speak for the Planning Department, but it was inserted. It's not codified requirement in the RO district. It was added to try to effectuate those items that are in that section.
Right. Okay. So we're not creating an exception by ordinance, an exception to law or mandated law. We're questioning whether or not it is appropriate for a condition of rezone, is
Correct.
my understanding.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is, for me, this. This is affordable housing. Every dollar that we impose in costs has some concomitant reduction in some aspect of the project. There's so many dollars. We spend another 20 or 30 or 5 or any amount of money in a process. We take away from something else on the other end. That's my understanding of Mr. Potter's testimony. Does the staff agree that there will be costs and that this will reduce some other aspect of the project?
Madam Chair, Ms. Coffey, there certainly will be cost if the applicant has to have a consultant to submit it to the department, to confer with the department, and come to a conclusion.
And so, for me, then I have to ask the next question. How do we get to where we want to get, which is moving down the road, the same question I asked Mr. Potter, without imposing a big burden on this person, knowing that they have a very good track record? I think we all acknowledge and recognize that. And here's how I get there. As to page 2 of AO 2008-127, line 34 through 37, number 4, I would delete that and replace it with this. And I've written it out so I can share it with the clerk and we can make copies if everybody wants it. The design shall reflect Northern design principles with particular attention to architectural design, materials, lighting, and parking, which reflects the principles incorporated in the 2020 Comprehensive Plan and the provisionally adopted amendments to Title 21. That's what we want, I think, of those elements. And if they're forced to do that, then parking, yes.
I thought I heard pedestrian circulation rather than parking.
I also heard, actually, wasn't there some reference to the park?
No, I did not make a specific reference to the park. And I would add then, reflecting the proximity of the project to Centennial Park.
Second.
Reflecting the proximity of the project to Centennial, which I can't spell, Park. Mr. Potter, acceptable to your client?
Yes.
Thank you.
The
That's all.
Okay, the amendment is before us. Any discussion on the amendment? Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Coffey is exactly right in one thing and wrong in another. He's right in that this project is particularly challenging to us because we're in transition. We've got the old Title 21, the old standards, and we've got the new thing that is emerging but not yet clear. We have not yet hit design standards. That's the party's right up. The party's wrong in is he is identifying something that is not defined. I don't know what that means. It sounds fine, but I don't know how the applicant or the planning department is going to know what Northern design standards are when we haven't talked about them. They're not listed anywhere. It seems to me that a lot more coherent way to deal with this is to just say, let's just have an administrative site plan review during the process with acknowledgement this is a wonderful applicant. It's not the same as Grass Creek? That's what it was? Grass Creek? Boy, with that project, we got specific drawings of the buildings. There was some subsidy money in there. I don't think that we should believe that this project is going to mirror that one just because it was the same petitioner. So I'm not going to be supporting Mr. Coffey's. I am going to submit an amendment of my own, though, after this one.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find myself in complete agreement with Ms. Osiander on that point. And another that troubles me is after Mr. Coffey read his amendment and an explanation of, said, and if they are forced to do that, and then trailed off, and the sentence didn't finish. What I guess I want to know, perhaps through the chair to Mr. Weaver, are they really forced to do that? If we put it in there that they shall do this, that, and the other, with a nod to Ms. Osiander's point that we haven't even defined what that is, how do we force them to do that? Can they say, sure, we'll do it, and we don't really have any recourse if they don't?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gutierrez, in effect, it'll come out the same way, whether it's admin site plan review or the language that Mr. Coffey proposes, because his language, when they apply for a building permit, the building safety will give it to the planning department to look at. So we're going to look at it one way or the other.
So it does have teeth then?
Yes.
Okay. It seems to me it would be simpler just to require the administrative site plan review, and I think that's where Ms. Osiander is headed, and I would support that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Dr. Selcraig.
Well, it is, there are a lot of ways to approach this, and I think that Mr. Weaver's answer to the last question clarifies some things for me, and actually, I am not going to support this amendment because I think it is a little foggy, and basically, the same responsibility is going to be there in terms of having the project reviewed and a site plan looked at and a criteria set forth. Mr. Weaver, Mr. Potter, did you have a question? I'm noticing that you, could you give me your thoughts, Mr. Potter?
I do.
Since you're waving your hand.
I believe what's really the crux here that I'm struggling with is getting to the point of spending all the money to get to 35 to 65% design drawings to be able to submit to the staff to look at, and then have interesting items of northern design principles come up and have a difference of opinion about, are we meeting them, are we doing enough, is one better than another, what would you do, and then mucking up the design and having big cost impacts. If you simply indicated that this administrative site plan review was to be done at the conceptual drawing level, which is about 10% design, then we're okay. Then we're early enough to not have a huge impact.
Mr. Weaver, if this review was done at a 10% level, would it provide adequate information for you to be able to evaluate the areas of concern?
Madam Chairman, Dr. Selkirk, it probably would for a lot of the non-design of the structure itself. The other issues probably could be addressed at the 10% level. It's the building detail that would not be part of that at 10%. So it would need to be a little bit more than 10% to look at the Winter City design. But the siting, the orientation, the buffering, the pet access could all be looked at 10%.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Starr.
Well, I've listened to it, and been on planning and zoning and sort of had the morning after, what did we approve and what did it look like? And then I've had the luxury of going back to some of the developments that we've actually seen come through planning and zoning and not come to this body. And this one in particular, when you drive it, works. And sort of the methodology, without boring you, what happens at planning and zoning is you work the project around the guidelines that you have in front of you, Title 21 therein. And then you have conditions that you perhaps want to modify. And the thinking that I see happening here is it looks like the primary use, the housing development, and the original presentation looks great. And it appeared that way probably to planning and zoning. They've got a 59 residential unit to complete more residential housing that's over there. Then if you read even what's presented to us tonight, you read down in Section 3 where we're talking, the heading of what we're talking about is permitted accessory uses and structures. And so what we're looking at is the conditions of use for the remaining development. In my feeling, that would be what they're referring to in Phase 2. It appears that the planning and zoning may have, without putting words in their mind, said, look, you guys did really good on the other phases. 59 housing units built the same way works for us. We have some issues. Because then what they do is they go into accessory use restrictions, and they want to see things there like services, like banks, like walkable community stuff. And it was all the buzz back then. And so I see restrictions in accessory use design models, not so much addressing the northern cities design, but they got everything they wanted above that. Planning and zoning says we want to see a bank, we want to see physical fitness workouts, we want to see things that complement your development, and oh, by the way, make them look nice, and oh, by the way, make them address Winter City's development, maybe with heated sidewalks, and go about your way. I think that's how they ended it. And what we see now is government doing the wrong thing, a bureaucratic oversight that isn't necessary for this developer. 45 days, as quick as you'll get it through there, is going to cause angst to the developer. It's going to ratchet up their costs, and we're going to send the wrong message to these folks. They've developed it aggressively. They've moved through it. Their 59 units is a workable plan. Phase 2, if anything, then put a phase 2 site plan review on it after they get the 59 up. Don't jeopardize what they're good at. I'm happy that they're going to put a community center in there and not pack them full. So, to look at it, to envision how planning and zoning complemented the developer through all of this, and then said, here's what we'd like to see. We're caught up on Northern Cities design and some of the other things, and I believe what they wanted was accessory uses that were complementary to the area. to have an administrative site plan review or any sort of review seems foolish. The concept is 59 units with an appropriate designed accessory use building for these purposes. Get number 4 out of there. That's what I would propose is let them do it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Johnston.
I'm slightly confused because with Mr. Coffey's amendment and then what we received from staff, and it's all, as I think we kind of know, is all a little nebulous and a little subjective. And no one really can say what exactly that they want, or I've understood. I mean, even staff sort of says, well, and our Title 21 committee is saying, well, this is all to be decided, or this is something that's going to be coming up, or this is something, we're working on this. And I feel that we are putting this developer through some kind of nebulous exercise that we ourselves don't know what we want, or we haven't quite come to the conclusion of what we want. And I am concerned. I do like what was offered to us to have a administrative site review at 10% of design, because that takes care of what we do know we want. And I think I'd be very comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, you're the last in the queue here.
Madam Chair, I will withdraw my request.
Okay, thank you. All right, no one else in the queue on this amendment. We have before us the amendment, Mr. Coffey's amendment. What's the wish of the body?
Well, it's been moved.
Yes, it's been moved and seconded until the vote.
Do you want to reread it?
Sure. Here it is. The design shall reflect Northern design principles with particular attention to architectural design, materials, lighting, and parking, which reflects the principles incorporated in the 2020 Comprehensive Plan and the provisionally adopted amendments to Title 21, reflecting the proximity of the parcel to Centennial Park.
I have 2 more people popped up who want to speak. Ms. Osiander?
Speak to the main motion.
Okay. We've got this. Mr. Birch, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Starr. My preference would be just to strike this altogether, but I think Mr. Coffey's got a good balanced approach here. And a friendly amendment might be to throw that 10% in there just as a threshold item. I think 10% was identified in public testimony as a level of design detail that would cause only a nominal level of impact on the cost of the project. Thanks.
Mr. Coffey,
I would do that if we're going to an administrative site plan review, but if we're not going to do that, I don't think, because when he submits his building permits, he's going to be done with a lot of that. Is that right, Mr. Potter?
Well, what Mr. Weaver indicated is that to give teeth to the site plan review process, you resolve your issues with the planning department as far as the site plan review goes, administrative or not. And then when you actually submit your building permit request in your plans, building safety, the code review will really ask the planning department if it's okay.
Yeah.
Did they come to you and have you signed off on the site plan review? Typically, we actually get plans stamped, dated, and signed by Mr. Weaver or whoever the authority is at the time, and that gets delivered and put in the package and the file for the building permit.
So, but you were speaking to Mr. Birch's 10%? I mean, what was the point of your asking to make a further comment? We have an amendment. You said you liked it. Mr. Birch said we should add a 10% design criteria requirement to it. I said that would be appropriate if it were to be an administrative site plan review, but this amendment doesn't propose an administrative site plan review. It says when you do your design, do this.
Yeah, whatever this is. I think that my understanding of the process would be that we would still go to the planning department. Does your, and maybe I misunderstood your amendment.
My amendment does not require either a public hearing or a non-public hearing site plan review or an administrative site plan review. It is a directive to you in the course of your development to do these things. And I would expect that when you take your building permit application in, that these things that you're supposed to pay attention to according to this, which I agree, folks, are often nebulous and subjective, but no more so than what's in here either. So what I'm trying to do, Mr. Potter, very simply is this. I am trying to save your client some money so I can put it in the project as opposed to a process. Because I believe you'll give us a good project without the necessity of it. If I thought you wouldn't, I'd probably have you do a public site plan review.
If in fact your amendment is a directive to the owner of the property and developer to incorporate those things in consideration to the adjacency to the public property and the park, then I don't have a problem with that. And when it gets to the permit review process, it's just going to go through, and I don't believe that they'll be looking at those issues. But I commit that I will go to the planning department and work with them even at the 10% phase to make sure that we're all going the right direction.
But Mr. Weaver told us that when you submit your building plans, they will send it over to his department and they will do the same sort of review as would have been necessitated by administrative site plan review. And I see Mr. Weaver nodding.
I'm not sure that would happen, but if Mr. Weaver believes it would, that would be interesting.
Madam Chair, Mr. Coffey, it does happen. It does happen that way. The zoning plan review staff looks at these ordinances, the legal description. They have them in their database. When they have these requirements, they will send it to the planning department.
And the absolute mistake would be to let it go to full design drawings and then have it reviewed by the planning department to have things knocked over. The reality of this is, the old saying that you don't blank in your mess kit. If you look at the millions of dollars, probably over $100 million worth of infrastructure that Cook Inlet Housing has bought and maintained on that piece of property, does the Assembly really think that they're going to take the last piece of property and do a crappy project?
No, I don't think so. So then what you're saying is my amendment should be withdrawn and we should simply eliminate paragraph 4.
That would be my preference, yes.
Thank you.
For this specific property with this specific developer, yes.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I have Ms. Osiander next.
I want to share with you what I'm going to propose as an alternative. We have to deal with that one first. But what I was going to propose is on number 4, which is line 34 on my document, Mr. Gutierrez.
Mine as well. I'm on paper on this one.
Oh, okay. All right. I would delete that first sentence there that currently reads, a non-public hearing site plan review and approval. That would be gone. And instead I would say, an administrative site plan review shall be submitted at 10% completion.
Okay. All right. That's good to know what's coming. Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm not going to vote for Mr. Coffey's amendment because I think actually it's a more vulnerable position for the project to be in. I think that if you go through a site plan review and you've got an approval of the planning department and you're moving along, you won't find yourself at 90% completion and then having it reviewed by the planning department. So I actually think it's a better structure, and I think that it does give some flexibility to the project to do it a different way. So I'm not going to be supporting.
Okay, Mr. Birch, one final comment? Okay, we're all set? All right. The amendment is before us. Please vote. The amendment up or down. Okay, the amendment fails. 2 yeas, 7 nays. We have another amendment coming. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
I would like to move to substitute a sentence on line 34 and 35.
Okay,
the substitution, this is on page 2. The substitution would be to delete the words, a non-public hearing site plan review and approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission is required for each phase of the development. I would delete that, and instead I would insert, an administrative site plan review shall be submitted at 10% completion.
Second.
Okay.
Give it to the clerk.
You need to push your.
You're helping me down there. I thought you wanted the words.
Yeah, we do need the words. Okay. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A question to staff, because I'm generally supportive of this amendment. The only concern I have is the 10% figure, and I worry that that's sort of an arbitrary number. As I recall, when Mr. Potter was speaking, he said something to the effect of around 10%. 10% hard and fast seems like it'd be a hard standard to adhere to. Through the chair, Mr. Weaver, could you expand on that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gutierrez, what we would certainly be able to get all of the horizontal issues on the property addressed at that time with the coverage, the location, the orientation, the buffering. What we would recommend to them, and we wouldn't have at that time, would be possibly additional architectural features that might enhance their building footprint, because that's basically what we'll have as a building footprint at 10%, with not a lot of detail on the exterior, I don't think.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Starr?
Through the chair, and this is part of the debate part, Ms. Osiander, if Title 21 is rewritten, was completely in the can, if you will, we would have design standards and we wouldn't be worried, so to speak. But we're worried, or you're worried, about a developer now in his final phase with the last remaining property. You're worrying that he's going to do something to the design of that doesn't meet what criteria? Current Title 21, or what you think the building should look like as we're debating in the new Title 21? He's designed it based on current code. We want him to upgrade a little bit, which if you drive the development he already has. Now what are we trying to do tonight that you're concerned about in the oversight requirement of sending it back to Mr. Weaver? Because he's not going to have, and my point is, he's not going to have any sort of codified language. He can only speak to what he thinks looks nice or what represents Northern designs until we get Title 21 rewrite in the can. He's going to be very, very subjective, and why is that a level of standard that gives you comfort?
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
You have a valid point, Mr. Starr. I suppose I've been so immersed in Title 21 that in some sense I feel the reality of it looming in front of me more than other people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a clear sense of where this body will go with design standards yet, but I do have enough confidence based on a lot of interaction with planning staff that they will be fair and be responsive to generally the direction we're going. In some sense, there's going to be, on the plus side for the applicant, more flexibility. They won't have to adhere strictly to this looming design standard issue because they can legitimately claim this wasn't in place when we started. But on the other hand, this is a project that is a significant community project, highly visible one, and it's going to come in after we've got design standards for other projects, and it's going to impact a section of town that is already very concerned about high-density housing and low-income housing. So I basically, I guess I'm going to speak in defense of my experience of the planning department being fairly reasonable. And I know that's not certainty of standards, which I also think has a lot of value and has been something we've hashed in committee over and over again. Make it clear, and it's so hard to do. So I'm kind of seeing, I see both sides of the position, but I think that what I'm proposing is legitimate.
And just to finish, I'm not going to support it for reasons that it seems burdensome and it seems unnecessary to do it to a developer that we've had no trouble with and has got, bricks and mortar in place that we can be proud of. If this was somebody else, I'd say, the level of bureaucracy is good, as well as I'm not comfortable sending it down in government, if you will. No offense to Mr. Weaver, but there has to be a final say, and I would like it to be tonight without another amendment and another procedural bureaucratic position. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to tack on, if I would, to something Ms. Osiander said, and I do support the amendment. I think it's important to remember, I think this has been characterized as Ms. Osiander's amendment adding some burden to the developer. In fact, it is not. The Planning and Zoning Commission was very clear. The Planning and Zoning Commission wanted a non-public hearing review. What Ms. Osiander's amendment is a step back from that and less burdensome to the developer than what has been proposed to us and what has come before us. And I think what we're saying is, gosh, maybe that's too restrictive what planning and zoning wanted, but we're not willing to just say, okay, go forth and do good. We don't care. We don't want to see it. So I think it's a step back. It still offers a modicum of accountability, and I think gives us a nod toward some of those concerns that have been expressed both by the staff and by Ms. Osiander. That's why I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I voted against my own amendment because I realized that we might have put the petitioner in a worse position than a better position. And I'll go back to what I said earlier. How do you draw the line, the balance between the public concern and the cost imposed? When you make it at a 10% design submittal, you have substantially reduced the cost to the applicant, but you've still got some public oversight and review for the reasons Ms. Osiander said. And for that reason, I believe there's now a balance, and I will support it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. No one else in the queue. We have before us the amendment. We're going to replace the first sentence on line 34, item 4. With an administrative site plan review shall be submitted at 10% completion. Is there any objection to this amendment? There's objection, so please let's vote. Put it on the board. That passes. 8-1. Thank you.
Madam Chair, one more amendment, please.
Yes, go ahead.
To page 2, lines 34 through 37, delete all material and renumber the following subsections.
Here we get Mr. Flynn. Okay. Hold on a second.
Page 2, lines 34 through 37, delete all material and renumber the subsequent subsections.
We just amended it.
No, he's proposing the deletion.
Correct.
Second for discussion.
Okay. You wish to speak to your amendment, Mr. Flynn?
Yeah. What page do you have, Debbie?
Okay, wait a minute, Mr. Flynn.
Okay. Madam Chair, just speaking briefly to the amendment, in your packet, the minutes from the Planning and Zoning hearing, it appears that the Planning and Zoning Commission was comfortable, or at least not uncomfortable, with the concept of waiving the non-public hearing. They left it in there, but they weren't necessarily all that concerned about it. So I think some of the comments we've heard from my colleagues and in the discussion with the administration and the petitioner, that this is a reasonable amendment in this situation.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
I would respectfully disagree that this is a reasonable amendment. I think to abdicate all responsibility for accountability, no matter how good the track record of the developer, no matter what their history is, no matter how wonderful this development is, it is this body's responsibility to have some public accountability. And I think to completely abdicate that public responsibility is not a good idea. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Page 8 of our package, the one we got back on November 25th, been carrying it around long enough, it states this. Commissioner Pease asked why staff included condition number 4. Ms. Ferguson replied that while this is a fairly common condition, considering the history of CIHA and exemplary quality of their early development, staff would not object to deleting this condition. That's what they said back then. Then they went on to have some questions, but it got left in. So while I appreciate Mr. Flynn's proposal, I believe that there were questions asked, and the resolution of those questions was condition 4 stayed in. We have ameliorated the impacts of that substantially. I will not support this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any further comments? Okay, the amendment before us is to delete item 4 in its entirety, lines 34 to 37. Is there objection to doing so? Okay, let's vote. A yes vote deletes it, a no vote leaves it as amended.
Ms. Robinson?
That fails 3 yeas, 6 nays. And, okay, the amended ordinance is before us. Any further amendments? Okay, any further discussion? Any objection to passage? Okay, seeing none, this item has passed. Thank you, Mr. Potter.
I hope this one's easier.
Do you need a break? Do you need a break? Okay. I've been asked for a 5-minute break. It's been a couple of hours since the last one. We'll be back in 5 minutes. New public hearings, item 14C, ordinance AO 2008-128, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly repealing ordinances 82-201 and 2000-62 concerning tracts D1A and D5A Tudor Center subdivision and amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning of approximately 2.82 acres. Public hearing is now open on this item. Mr. Potter.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, I'll be very brief with this one. I really consider this more of a housekeeping issue. This is a rezone of the property so that we can get rid of the 2-story limitation and raise the height limitation on the site to 3 stories. If any of you remember, back in the early 80s when this was originally done, this used to be a gravel pit and industrial batch plant area. It was put together as a business park. Then when the economy crashed and when it came back up, the Alaska Native Medical Center went in, and most of the development on this campus is directly related to those related services. This will be a South Central Foundation facility, and in order to fit it on the site and meet the programming needs, it needs to go to 3 stories rather than 2. The issue of the site height limitations originally were that nobody knew it was going to happen, so there was about a 600-foot buffer created over to the College Gate subdivision that said you were limited to 2 stories. Over the years now, the medical center has gone up, and it's like 5 stories. There's now a daycare center over adjacent to the College Gate residential area, which is 1 story, not 2 stories. So we're seeing a general shift within it. And what we took forward to the Planning Commission was it made sense to go ahead and linearly go up, and that 3 stories would stay on that line where there's really no impact. And we're 400 feet away from the property boundary with the College Gate subdivision with the building, 325 feet, football field's length, between College Gate subdivision and the property line of this site. So it's very simple, change the height limitation from 2 stories to 3 stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Potter. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Any objection to passage of this item? Seeing no objection, it passes. Next item. 14D, Resolution AR 2008-289, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, confirming and levying assessments for the water special improvements within Levy Upon Connection LUC Roll 08-W-3, setting date of payment and providing for penalties and interest in the event of delinquency, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. Public hearing is now open on this item. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? No, does any objection to passage of this item? Seeing and hearing no one, it passes. Item 14E, Resolution AR 2008-290, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, approving a water main extension identified as the Sand Lake Area Water Extension and providing for assessment of benefited properties at time of service connection. Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Any objection to unanimous passage? Seeing none, that item passes. Item 14F, Resolution AR 2008-291, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing a sanitary sewer main extension identified as the Sand Lake Area Sanitary Sewer Extension and providing for assessment of benefited properties at time of service connection, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any objection to approval? Seeing and hearing no one, this item passes. Item 14G, Ordinance AO 2008-130, an ordinance submitting to qualified voters residing in the Hidden Hill subdivision and Hidden Hill subdivision addition number 1.
Wait, reading.
Ballot proposition, Hidden Hill Streetlight Service Area. Thank you. This public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. Wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any objection to passage? Seeing and hearing no one, this item passes. Okay, Madam Clerk, what do we have here? Item H, Resolution AR 2008-325, a resolution amending the 2008 General Government Operating Budget by appropriating the sum of $498,250 from the Area-wide General Fund. Thank you. The public hearing is now open on this item. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Ms. Hosander.
Apparently, there's a request from the administration to postpone this, so I wanted to announce it if anybody.
Okay. This is postponed indefinitely. Is this something we'll have to ask for approval? Would you do it? Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair.
What's the motion, please?
The public hearing has been closed. No one came forward, so I move to postpone this matter indefinitely at the request of the administration.
Second.
Thank you. Do we need to take a vote on that?
Just ask for objection.
Okay. Any objection? Okay. Seeing none, this item is postponed indefinitely. Is that who moved it? You moved it, Debbie.
And I don't know who seconded it. Debbie
Second. Okay. Yeah. Use your buttons, please. Okay.
Well, I can't.
Item 14I. Resolution AR 2008-317, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, accepting a State of Alaska Clean Water Fund loan agreement in the amount of $4 million.
Waive reading.
This item is now open for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay. Any objection to approval? Seeing and hearing none, this item passes. Item 14J. Wait, did I miss one?
Nope.
Nope. What's H? Oh, that's the one. Okay, I apologize. Okay, item 14J, Resolution AR 2008-318, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, accepting a State of Alaska Drinking Water Fund loan agreement in the amount of $440,000.
Waive reading.
Eagle River Heights. This item is now open for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. Wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any objection to approval?
I have a question, actually, for Mr. Primo. He wasn't here last meeting.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Mr. Primo, there's two projects going on in this area. I think there's one going up Highland Road a little ways, and then there's one that's cut across over to the dump. Are either one of these this project? They're not? So this is just you're talking to Eagle River Heights. I'm not sure exactly which.
Come down and speak to us, Mr. Primo. We can't hear you.
I believe, through the chair, Mr. Starr, that there is a map attached with this.
I get it. Where's the intertie off then? Is it off of Baranoff?
I have
Was,
to ask Mr. Voss to come speak to that specifically. Oh, would you like to have that information?
Well, I just need to know which roads we're ripping up.
I understand.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, this project, Eagle River Heights Water Phase 1 upgrade, is along Colville and affects Chandelar and Chickaloon.
Okay. Is there another phase that's outside of this one that's feeding water to this one?
There was another phase of this Eagle River Heights upgrade that was actually north along Eagle River Loop Road up by Sunbow. That work is already done.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay, any objection to passage? Seeing and hearing? No objection, that item passes. Item K. Item K, resolution number AR 2008-319, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $199,000 from the South Central Foundation. This item is now open for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? Okay. Any objection to passage of this item? Are you the second, Mr. Gutierrez? I apologize.
Mr. Starr.
There we go. Mr. Coffey moved, Mr. Gutierrez seconded. Okay, thank you. Any objection to passage of this item? No. Seeing and hearing no one objecting, that item passes. Item 14L, resolution number AR 2008-326, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $41,050 in reimbursed cost revenues to the Anchorage Fire Department. Nobody's going to waive reading?
Wait, reading.
Oh, okay, thank you. To the Anchorage Fire Department 2008 operating budget, area-wide general fund 101, and $436,110 in reimbursed cost revenues. Thank you. This item is now open for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any objections to this item passing?
Ms. Drummond?
Ms. Selcraig, who did I hear? I'm sorry.
Heather Handyside.
Ms. Handyside, thank you very much. Sorry.
Yes, I was hoping that we could make a quick amendment to this item. On line 19, the number should read 131, not 101 fund.
Move to amend line 19 to change 101 to 131.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to the amendment?
Okay.
I think this is merely a clerical amendment. Is that true?
I'm
Ms.
sorry, I'm
Alexander?
confused now.
Go ahead.
So on line 15, it stays 101? No, I know. You wanted 19 amended.
That's a different amount.
That's correct. It deals with two funds.
Thank you.
So
Okay, so the 41 goes because of EMS in 101, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the other comes from where? I'm confused. I'm sorry. You clarify it just a little bit.
The $41,050
Yes.
is the 101 fund, area-wide general.
I understand that.
And the $436,110 is the Anchorage Fire Service Fund, which is Fund 131.
I understand that, too. So this is from fire marshal inspections. This is reimbursed revenue. So it comes from where?
Chief, could you answer that for me?
Assume the 41,000 are ambulance charges.
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, those are reimbursed charges from a group of ambulances that we purchased, and those are warranty. Basically, the services and the ambulance companies don't travel to Alaska, and we don't send our ambulances to them for warranty. We take them to Ford or whoever, and then we just get those costs reimbursed.
And the 436?
That's wildland firefighting reimbursement from deployments and $400,000 from the truck that we burned up.
Aha, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Handyside, was there an additional amendment on the memorandum on the next page?
Well, that's...
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I just had some clarification to that on.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
On the AI or the AM on the back, line 37 speaks to the general obligation bond funds. Is that? Am I unclear then as to the source of the funds with 131? Did they originally start out as bonded money?
I believe they would have, yes, sir. Chief, is that correct?
And so we had leftover money in there? Is that?
Okay.
That was insurance money that comes back.
I know the answer now. Thank you.
Okay.
No, never mind.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any further discussion on this item or amendments? Okay, what's the wish of the body? Oh, we've already moved and approved it. Okay. Any objection to passage of this item? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, this item passes as amended. Item 14M as in Mary, Resolution AR 2008-320, a resolution appropriating $163,327 as a grant from the state of Alaska. This item is now open for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any objection to passage of this item? Seeing and hearing, no objection. This item passes. Item 14N, as in Nancy, Resolution AR 2008-327, a resolution appropriating $200,000 from the Girdwood Valley Service Area budget. This item is now open for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing for this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Okay, any objection to approval of this item? Seeing and hearing no one, this item is approved. Item, we are on the second page. Oh, 14-0, we're on the last item. Oh, excuse me, we still have Knick Waterview, that's right. 14-0, Resolution AR 2008-331, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $599,626 from Senate Bills 221 and 256 to various municipal funds. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, this public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Okay, we wish to appropriate these funds. Any objection to appropriating these funds? Seeing no objection, this item passes. Okay. Now we're going back to item 11A. And 9B1. Ms. Osiander.
We need to deal with 9B1 first because it has implications that would affect the second issue.
Okay. Item 9B1, Resolution AR 2009-11, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, excluding parcels adjacent to the water main extension identified as the Knick View Water Intertie from Public Water Service, presented by Assemblymember Osiander.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Osiander.
This is a situation that is unique and is fundamentally unfair. Basically, AWU bought a community water system that was isolated some years ago. They, I think, paid $1 million for it, and since I was informed it paid for itself a few years later, but now the system needs upgrade. The problem is that upgrade is basically on the backs of people who happen to live adjacent to the area. What AWU wants to do is to put a water main extension from their Eklutna water line to hook into this isolated system. And they want to pay for that through a grant and through putting a potential, now Mr. Primo always objects to my terminology here, so I'm going to put it in quotations, a potential lien or a potential encumbrance on the title of the property owners who just happen to have the bad luck to live between this community system and the main. People who have excellent water, did not request this, do not want this, have called me and requested I help. I've had 2 meetings with the folks out there. in the first case to find out if they were unanimously against it and found out, yes, that is true. And in the second case, to go back and ask them if there was some way to set this up so that the water line did go through, if they could somehow be potentially removed from service, would they accept the possibility of never, ever being able to hook up to that again? And they said yes. They said yes. So I proposed, I wrote up a resolution based on the testimony that we got from a community council member to reclassify that line in such a way that the people who did not want it did not have to hook up for it or pay it for it. And then had a meeting at AWU where we had a lot of discussion and basically determined that the way that was proposed would not work because there is no way we could preclude them from eventually deciding to hook up for it just by calling it something different. The only way to preclude them from paying for it is if they are not in the AWU service area. So we talked about that and the implications of that. And I discovered that actually that's something that is being proposed for the Hillside, in the Hillside wastewater plan and the Hillside District Plan that's being worked on now is to preclude large sections of that community from being in the service area. And it's also something that's being considered with the extension for the water line that's going to go down Elmore, because on one side they're AWU customers, on the other side they're not. Chugiak consists largely of people who are not AWU customers and who are on private wells. The objection from AWU is that this will create a, I think the term used was hodgepodge of the service area. So I brought two maps. I don't know if you've all had a chance to see them or not. But this is a map of the AWU service area in the Anchorage Bowl. The red are the hodgepodge that are not part of the service area. I'm sorry. The red are parcels in the bowl that are not part of the AWU service area. This map is Chugiak Eagle River, and the red are parts that are not currently served by AWU and are not part of the service area. I'll pass them down. I also want to add that I was part of the Eagle River Comprehensive Plan, and in that plan there was a specific request by a large segment of the community to actually exclude, draw a line, so that AWU came this far and no further. However, we were told by the planning staff that this review of the Eagle River Comprehensive Plan was not a thorough review, but an update. And so there were no resources to really look at that. But it was a request that was very interesting to people, and there were a lot of folks who wanted to work on it. Thank you, Mr. Coffey and Mr. Birch. I absolutely believe that there's a large part of Chugiak that would be very happy to be excluded from the AWU service area. I know for certain that Birchwood, for instance, where I live, has consistently opposed any expansion of AWU. So I don't think that this is going to set any bad precedent, and in fact will be reflective of of more to come of excluding Chugiak from the AWU service area. Basically, if we pass this, it will exclude those properties along the water main from being part of the AWU service area. But it will potentially do that, because even if we pass this, it still has to go before the Regulatory Commission of Alaska, and they have to bless it. So basically, that's why this has to be dealt with first. Because if we approve this, the implications would be such that we should really delay the second ordinance, which enacts the project. I hope and encourage that you'll pass this. I've really tried diligently for over 2 years now to come up with an equitable solution for this problem. My first preference was one which this assembly rejected, and that was to redo the tariff to make it more equitable and fair for people who lived on large properties with good wealth. And we chose to not do that because we thought it was too expensive to implement. I'm still a little bit chagrined by that decision. The second approach was one of just simply reclassifying the name of the water main, and I found out that wouldn't work. I truly believe that this is the only option that makes this fair, and that is people who did not ask for, do not want, a project should not be forced because the government decides that there will be a project, that they have to bear the costs of it. And again, there'll be an argument that, oh, it's not really bearing the cost, it's just a note on your title. Well, if the note on your title equals a third or more of the value of your property, it's significant. And I don't think that's something that we as a governmental entity should take lightly. And I think that in order to, we should carefully weigh anything that imposes that kind of a burden on our citizens. So with that, I urge support for this resolution.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Osiander. Ms. Johnston, you're next.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. First of all, what is the difference between this project and the project that is currently being planned, taking the water line and putting the pump stations from Huffman over to, I think it's DeArmond and Rabbit Creek, where the lines are going through subdivisions? And are they being assessed?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, I believe you're referring to the South Anchorage Water Improvement Project that's currently in the planning stages. We do not know the answer to that question, and the reason being is very specific. It is in the very preliminary planning stages. Our tariff, irrespective of what a line is called, if an adjacent property can connect to that line, then it would be put on a levy upon connection roll if it was a utility-initiated infrastructure project. The project you're speaking of is a utility-initiated infrastructure project to upgrade for existing customers and for future customers in the far southeast corner of the city.
But
it will traverse down Elmore Road as presently planned. By the 1982 Hillside Wastewater Management Plan, which has been codified through ordinance by the Assembly, that is the boundary line. And in essence, the area to the east of Elmore is outside our service area as directed by the Assembly. We do not plan to serve it, nor is that line designed to serve it. The area to the west is in our service area. That line is planned to design for it. What I'm leading up to is this. It's a design consideration. For example, there is a line that goes from approximately 135th Booster Station up the hillside to Golden View. It goes through an area that we cannot provide service to off that line. For regulatory reasons, it's outside in the Hillside Wastewater Management Plan. But even if it wasn't, we couldn't because it is a high-pressure line. It is not technically feasible or practical to tap into that line. So the line you're speaking of that goes down Elmore, until that line is designed, and until we know the actual location of that line, the size of that line, the pressure gradients in that line, to define if, from a technical standpoint, can a property hook up to or not, I can't answer that question. The line here that we're talking about between the existing end of our system and Connectview, the other isolated portion of our system, in no way, shape, or form is a line that you cannot connect to. It is very connectable too. It's small diameter, normal pressures. So apples and oranges, they are not comparable.
Okay, my next question is, if we pass this resolution, what would be our exposure municipal-wide as far as other similar situations? Do we have a monetary value on that, or do we?
That's a very good question, and Ms. Osiander and I have discussed that at length, and it all kind of comes down to what is similar. Is similar the definition of 15 houses that are in between an area we provide service to and an area we also provide service to, and it's just an interconnecting piece of pipe? Or is similar one of the 2,000 properties approximately that have been assessed a luck, or have had potential luck roll assessment against their property that have been passed by the Assembly that have yet to connect at this point in time? Is the similarity the type of project it is, or is the similarity that you are a property owner with a potential luck assessment against your property should you choose as a property owner to connect to the property? That is the question that the Assembly has to deal with.
Well, I mean, that's kind of futzing around with my question, I think, because what I'm asking is are we setting a precedent here? I mean, do you see this as an exposure by setting a precedent?
Yeah.
Are we exposing ourselves to other petitioners to do or to be asked to do something similar?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, if you're asking me for my professional opinion, my opinion is yes. On every single existing luck potential assessment that has been recorded against those properties, you have a potential liability with those past actions of the Assembly and any future assessment practice on a luck roll by the Assembly. For example, the approximately 40 properties on the 2 rolls that you just passed for Sand Lake area tonight already. There's no difference from a luck perspective. Different type of project, but no difference from a luck perspective between those 2 rolls, 1 water, 1 sewer, that was just recently passed by unanimous vote.
Okay, now my next question is, in the past, when we've discussed this, and I've only discussed this now for not quite 2 years, and we have had title companies come and testify before us, and the general impression that you've given is that this is not a large issue, that when it comes to financing a house, that most times they will defer as far as the deed of trust. And I think I understood maybe the veterans is one that will not.
All I know is what we have from a survey that we conducted and was also presented to you in one of the 3 work sessions that we've had. We identified Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, Federal Housing Administration, Veterans Administration, USDA Rural Development Farm Home, and Wells Fargo. The question was asked, if an escrow is estimated estimates, are they required? Are you required to escrow an estimated assessment?
Right.
And these are estimated assessments. Remember, there is no assessment levied by the Assembly until said property actually connects, which is what in the other actions you took tonight. You actually levied a luck roll tonight. You created assessments against those properties. But if it's only an estimated assessments, 100% of those corporations said, no, there is no escrowing of that required. For the same group of 4, the question was also asked, is connection required when adequate well or septic is available? 2 said no, 2 said yes.
So do we know, I mean, my feeling, I mean, do we know how many times this has been an issue as far as a resale of a house?
I believe at 2 public meetings ago on this issue where we had industry experts come, and also at the last work session we had on this 2 months ago where we had industry experts come. I cannot speak on their behalf, but I can paraphrase what they said. I believe they said straight up, this is not a problem with respect to the lending institutions. It happens all the time. We move through it and around it. There are times as part of the transaction between the 2 parties that it's dealt with, but very seldom is it a requirement of the lending institutions. And Brian Boss is here. He's part of our planning staff, and he was integrally involved in working with those institutions if you'd like to have more information from him.
Well, it's just, I mean, sometimes what I'm trying to struggle with is I can understand the perceived issue, and I'm trying to understand how large of it is. Is it really an issue? I mean, we are encumbering properties. There's no question about that. But are we actually are we encumbering them as far as, are we precluding them the opportunity to sell the property?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, let me answer the question in an analogous way. I've only been general manager since January of 1991. We have done anywhere from 2 to 10 of these roles annually. This is the first time in those 19 years, 18 years, that this has become a significant issue on the floor of the Assembly. It has been discussed with people of concern, but it's always been able to work around. So if once out of 19 years this is a significant issue, I don't think it is. That's the way I have to look at it, from my perspective.
I mean, I've heard about this, and I also know on the Hill side that we discuss this often when you have large pieces of property. So it is an issue. And I'm never quite sure if we've done enough to take care of the issue. My first question is, have you met with all 13 property owners on an individual basis?
I'd have to ask Brian to speak to that specifically, but we've held multiple public meetings that have been noticed. People have been called. We've asked them to come meet with us. I can't tell you if all 13 property owners came to those meetings or not, but I'm sure Brian could if you're interested. It's not like we do this in a vacuum.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I have Ms. Weddleton in next. Did you wish to speak to this issue? No? I don't know. I've got some interesting things. Ms. Osiander, you've already spoken. The first time.
I would like to speak my second time after everyone else.
Okay. Mr. Starr.
Through the chair, but Mr. Primo, there's a little bit of difference with this project, in my opinion, in that you're trying to provide adequate water to existing AWW customers. You can't do that under the system that AWW already owns, and to do that, to give these folks what they're paying for at the end of the line, if you will, you're bringing them fresh water under a new water line. That's the customers at the end that we're ultimately trying to work with. Those are the folks that have come to you and said, our water's red. We heard them last meeting. We have nothing to drink. It comes out goo. We need to get good water down there. So you're doing that, as well as increasing the mandate for the fire protection service system that's out there. That's why you're doing this.
That, through the chair, Mr. Starr, that is also correct. There's a third reason we're doing it. When we bought the system back in 1996, it was envisioned that we would ultimately do this as the system expanded and as the small system that we purchased out there was inadequate for flow and pressure for the reasons you just stated. So it's been in our water master plan, our planning stages, for multiple years.
But isn't that a well-based system and a processing system standalone out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now you're changing the design of the system through another upgrade, and that's to bring this high water line tied into the main system.
That was correct, which was envisioned when we acquired the system.
Okay, but none of the 13 came to you and says, we want water.
None of the 13 along the corridor that are in the assessment roll?
Right.
That is correct. The one other piece of information that I know Ms. Osiander asked.
The other thing is we don't provide any sewer system out there, right? You don't have the waste utility portion of AWW included here. Then it's just
correct.
Water. So right. They're basically higher density development. Are those folks served obviously by septic systems on each site? Then
that is my understanding, sir.
Okay, but there's no master plan then to upgrade the sewer system out there. Then it's not in the
near future.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Selkirk.
Well, I must appreciate Ms. Osiander's efforts here. She's been thorough and careful, and I think looked at this from every angle. However, I have also been in the room for 2 years, and I am only more and more convinced that we shouldn't support this. And I'm reminded of the fact that my parents did not hook up to water in 1965 or 67 when they could. They stayed on their own well. We sold their house in 2002. It wasn't even a blip in the sale because the water was fine. I think we had to get the well tested, and that was it. The sale went through. We had no concerns whatsoever around the sale and around this issue. And I do think that the testimony we've had on this over the last, I think, several months, particularly the title companies that came and talked to us, and I think they talked about 2 people or 2 projects over a series of many years that had, and in both cases, or the cases that they mentioned, it was an issue where their well didn't work. And so if your well doesn't pass muster when you were selling your house, then you more than likely are going to have to you're going to have to hook up to the water. But my sense is that this is not a system that's broken. It is a system, I think, that certain people feel like is burdensome. But if you look at the data, the people who are going to be affected by this are not going to have impacts, I don't believe, on the sale of their houses as long as their wells work. So I think we've got something that works. There's always kind of edges around things that seem challenging, but I am not going to support this evening, and I just want to go on the record for why. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Primo, a couple more questions. Recognizing that predicting what the RCA will do is sort of like trying to guess who's going to win the next World Series and the Super Bowl in the same year. Could you just give us an idea of what you think their reaction might be, given the fact that AWU's board has specifically opposed this process?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, that's a very good question. We at staff have kicked that around mainly because, and I believe you do have a letter, or you should have a letter, or the memorandum from our board, which vigorously opposes it. And I don't think the RCA will look lightly on this matter for a couple of reasons. One, we're given a certificate of necessity to provide services within a certain area, the maps that Ms. Osiander put out. We're a monopoly in those areas, which is why we're regulated. In order for a large utility, be it a gas or electrical or water or sewer, in order to provide efficient services to all of their customers in a uniform basis, you can't have a hopscotch type plan. You have to have uniform planning throughout the area. So if you start with an area that you're going to provide services for, and you know what that area is, you can provide and design for your treatment plants, your interceptors, your pipes. Even though there's a large chunk of the hillside, which is in our service area, but we know by local ordinance that we're not going to provide service to it, it's easy for us to plan for that, but we know it, and it's static based. But if a group decides to start removing on a piecemeal basis areas from that overall service area, then the planning you have done becomes inadequate in the future, and it becomes very difficult to provide efficient said services to the future. So I think from a utility standpoint and a planning of the utility and an expansion of the utility, I can't see how the Commission is going to look favorably upon it. The other thing, and this is the real thing that I don't have any advice on, is just that I think the utility is going to find themselves saying, oh, we're in the middle of an argument between a board and their assembly. I don't think the Commission would be desirous of being put in that kind of position.
Thank you, Mr. Primo. One other question. Ms. Osiander's request that we pass this resolution and then delay action on the subsequent ordinance, thereby giving the RCA time to react. What do you, if we were to follow that course of action, what do you think the odds are that we'd be able to get this project done this construction season?
There is no way that would happen this year. Presently, we're looking at getting this job done this year, or the majority of the job done this year, and we expect to be at bid before the end of January. So to delay that for RCA action, we would definitely miss this construction season.
Thank you, Mr. Primo. Madam Chair, I'll just make my last couple of comments. And I'm sure there are people who are interested in this issue who are perhaps watching or listening to this process from the comfort of their own homes. Ms. Osiander, you have done yeoman's work on this topic and tried to address some concerns of your constituents. And I appreciate your efforts and will continue to work with you on exploring options. I don't think, however, this is the answer to that question. But I do appreciate bringing it forward for our consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Osiander.
One more plea. This is not a typical situation. I have been active in my community for about 15 years. I know of no situation that had uniform opposition to a government project going in. People had no say. The people basically oppose it, don't want it, but they've got the lien on their property. This is an isolated little system on wells that AWU knowingly purchased, and now they're going to charge the people who've lived there for a long time on big lots to pay to upgrade AWU's little isolated system. I take real exception to the comment that AWU is a monopoly in Chugiak Eagle River. The majority of the households in Chugiak are on private wells and are thrilled and happy to keep it that way. A lot of the discussion at community councils is how do we keep AWU out, frankly, because people like the rural lifestyle, they like the fact that they're on a well, and they're scared to death at the costs that come along with the water lines that go in and the sewer lines that go in. I would respond to Dr. Selcraig, in the situation of her parents, I would be shocked if every person along that line who had fine wells like her family got together and opposed a project that was mandated on them by government that basically was going to benefit a subsequent housing development that was more dense, that was put in behind their lots that they frankly opposed going in the first place, and warned the city it would be problematic because the lots are so small. This is not a perfect solution, but it is the best solution for the problem that's in front of us. It's the only fair thing to do.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Gutierrez.
With apologies to Ms. Osiander, I thought I was in the queue already. So if you would like to speak after I speak, I'm perfectly happy to let you have the final say on this issue. I have some questions for Mr. Primo. In the documents we were provided, Mr. Primo, there were some cost figures to the rest of the ratepayers of AWWU across the municipality of Anchorage, something akin to around $400,000 of the project cost would have to then be borne by other ratepayers that would not end up on this luck roll. Is that accurate?
Let me give you the most recent figures through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez. The most recent figures, and for the overall project, so you can understand the whole picture, is the total project cost is estimated to be $2.5 million. Through the efforts of the current and past Eagle River Assembly members, there is a $1.3 million state matching grant, 50-50, which means we have to come up with 1.3 to match it. So roughly half the project cost is taken from a state grant, which means it will be approximately 1.3 of utility-generated funds. I can go into at length what a luck rate means, but it's a methodology by which we assess people at a lower cost of a project cost. It's similar, but not the big project. The 15 property owners, should they all connect, would pay approximately $450,000, which would leave about $650,000, which would be paid by the customers from Girdwood up through Eagle River.
So if we exempt those 15, however, then that $450,000 would then be borne by everybody else.
The complete $1.2 million will be borne by everyone else. The other thing I think is may or may not be important for consideration, but the utility has spent $316,000 on this project to where we're at date.
The next question is, this resolution would direct you to petition the RCA on a subject that the utility itself is not real thrilled about and would probably be just as happy to see we lose. It's not free to go to the RCA, I imagine. There's staff time, there are fees. What's the cost of taking this to the RCA?
Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, it depends upon how aggressive the RCA becomes in discovery. So there's a wide range here. But I would estimate taking this through to fruition at the RCA would cost somewhere between $20,000 to $50,000.
So at the high end, we have $450,000 plus another $50,000. That's roughly $500,000 that this would cost the rest of the ratepayers of AWWU to benefit 15 properties. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, sir.
I agree that there is an issue of unfairness here. And I feel for the property owners. I grew up in a rural area. We called it city water. We didn't have city water. We had a cistern. We had pipes running in from the barn roof. That's how we got our water. God knows what it did to me. Probably explains a lot of things. But there was much consternation when I was a high school student because we got city water put down the road, and there were a lot of people who didn't want it because they didn't want to have to pay for it. So I understand the unfairness of those who don't want this. Nonetheless, their properties do benefit from it being there, and I think there is also an unfairness to the rest of the ratepayers of AWWU to have to bear this $500,000 cost to benefit these 15 properties when thousands of others have gone through the same thing and followed the same rules that everybody else has to follow in situations like this. If there were a way for them to bear those costs themselves for this benefit, but that's probably complicating things even more. I sort of view the RCA as a hornet's nest out in the wild. You poke it at your own danger, I suppose, at your own risk. I don't think this is a good solution, so I'm not going to be supporting it tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Birch.
I will be supporting this resolution. And I get we kind of toss around the term of 15 benefited property owners. How many property owners are in the existing Kinnick water distribution system?
Through the chair, Mr. Birch, it's in the neighborhood of 72, 75, and it's built out less 2 or 3 lots.
Okay, so the real issue here is that the water system that the AWWU has, in fact, a responsibility for, which has 75 owners, is the principal beneficiary of this project. Due to the nature of the Luck system, the folks that stand to ultimately benefit would be the 75 that are in the existing water system that is wholly inadequate, the Kinnick View water system that AWW has responsibility for. And the irony is that the principal cost would be borne by those who really don't need or want the system along the way. I think this resolution is in fact an appropriate means of addressing the problem, and I think that there are far more than 15 benefited property owners. That may be the technical term. I think there's 15 folks that really don't have need or want of this service, and I think that's addressed in this resolution. But I think more important than that is I think we need to connect the 75 folks in the Kinnick View water area. We had excellent testimony here earlier that spoke to the needs there. So this project has to happen. In my view. It needs to move forward this next summer, in my view. I support this resolution from a cost and a fairness standpoint and would urge its adoption. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, let's, is there any objection to the passage of this resolution?
Object.
Okay, we need to vote. Go ahead and vote, please. Where'd it go? Did it happen? Mine hasn't been blanked out. That fails. 5 votes against 5 votes. 1, 2, 3, 5. That's right. 5 to 4. It didn't get 6. It needs 6 yes votes to pass. And we got 5. Okay. Item 11A is before us.
Move to approve 11A.
Have we read this yet? AR 2008-243, the resolution?
Public hearing's closed. but
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. I've supported Ms. Osiander's resolution because I thought it was a way out, and it would have given an opportunity to do in Eagle River that which has been done in other places as well, demonstrated by Ms. Osiander's maps. This, however, there is a very real and substantial need for the water system. I don't think anybody here would debate that fact. How we got there, we may be subject to criticism. Great hindsight, 2020. Shouldn't have bought it, Mark. You know, old, run down. Shouldn't have done it. Whatever. Got paid for in 5 years, probably because it wasn't worth very much. Anyway, but that's hindsight, and now we've got a situation to deal with. So the question then becomes, do we approve it and recognize that we will be putting a burden on homeowners who don't want this to happen and who objected to everything as precisely and as exactly as Ms. Osiander said? And here's how I look at that. If there is no assessment, which there would not be unless you hook up, every bank that was surveyed would not require, they would require only if it was actually assessed that there be payment. If it's not assessed, there were no banks that required it. And if it were not assessed, but there was an inadequate water system, then 2 of 4 or 5 banks, 2 of 4 would have required it, and 1 didn't bother to respond to us. So the burden we're placing on the property owners up and down the road, the 15 of them who don't have the water and don't want to be part of the water and would prefer to be out of the AWU service area, but we didn't succeed with that, face a contingent possibility that if they sell their homes, they will have to, they wouldn't have the full range of financing available that might otherwise exist if they were outside of the AWU service area. That, to me, is a rather remote contingency, a rather unlikely burden. It's real, but when you weigh them one against the other, I come down on the side of approving this because of the need in the subdivision with the 72 to 75 property owners. So failing Ms. Osiander's resolution, I will support AR 2008-243.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Starr.
The topics always at the end get the emotion, you know, and I'll just speak bigger picture for what I see happening in my community, which is all of Anchorage. We have a distinction between the rural and urban divide, or diversity, as some people spoke to what diversity is. Diversity for those folks out there in those areas is larger lots, independence, and the lifestyles that come with that. Some of the reasons for zoning in R6 or in R10 or some of that is because the area can't support the higher density, and it can't support it because it doesn't have the water or it doesn't have the sewer system, or that septic system failure rates are higher and we're going to contaminate surrounding properties. That's not the case out here, except in this small pocket of 72. I wish Mr. Birch had finished the statement that says 72 people are going to benefit, but don't pay any more in their rates. They've been paying rates, they pay continuously, but there's no luck charge that goes along with that infrastructure improvement. That's what's broken in that. The other factor that you have here is that infrastructures that are going out in that direction, and we've seen them, curb and gutter, all of that, need to be followed up with the rest of the systems, all of them, if we're going to do development at that stage. But the development has to be done not by us, but by those folks that go to those community council meetings and bring those plans that Dr. Selkirk really likes to see. And I'm not going to have Pesciisms here, but the point is that we have to be prudent to what our folks are asking us to do. The constituent base is saying, this is what we want. We don't want to be part of the AWWU club because we don't like the membership fees. That's what they're saying. They don't want to be part of that. But as we come across time and time again the rural-urban divide, we've got to recognize what the community wants to do out there, as well as the project costs. The infrastructure costs aren't back in Ms. Selkirk's days, Mother's days. The projects are huge. 2.5 million, 3 million, 4 million to serve 70 homes. That's a lot of different decision making. You know, again, assessment roles, look at the numbers and you'll see 54,000. We did one a couple times ago, 125,000 on Representative Pete Cott. The third thing I'll say is it's who gets the money to contribute to those projects. The state, you know, lobby groups, our representatives in those areas are pretty good at it. But the downtown Anchorage groups get the $4 million clean water grants. We're getting 1.2 out of there from Mr. Stoltz and Anna Fairclough's contributions, but we don't get them all the time at that heavy contribution rate from the state to bail us out. So the burden and the project costs go up. That's all. I mean, we look at the rural-urban divide, and this is an example of that. And I just look at the pressure that we're getting as a representative of those constituent bases to keep it status quo, to keep it rural. And when they see this happening to them, they react. And I appreciate Ms. Osiander for doing that. I think she recognizes who she works for, as do I. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander, you have the last word. Or so far, nobody else has popped up here.
I like that so far. What we basically did just now, or what we're about to do, is say that even though I live on a 2.5-acre lot. And in my zoning district, you can get down to an acre. What we basically said, though, is if a developer buys a piece of property a little bit further away from the Glen Highway than where I live, and puts in a smaller subdivision on small lots on a community system, then AWU can decide to put in a water line through my property that I have to pay for. And I can't stop it. I can't say anything about it. Even, I don't want it, my neighbors don't want it, but because a developer did it, and AWU bought the system, I have better put that in too, then they can just decide to put that in. I would love to support this project. I would like to upgrade the water. I have tried every way I can think of to let me vote yes on this. I absolutely believe that the current tariff is unfair. It penalizes large lots, and it's going to make it so that folks who live on the hillside and folks who live in Chugiak Eagle River who want the rural lifestyle are going to have to pay for it big time. It's going to make it so we have more and more small lots in this municipality. That's not what our comprehensive plan says. That's not what the Eagle River comprehensive plan says. That's not what even Anchorage 2020 says. It says diversity of lifestyle. This is not fair, folks. I try really hard when I do my assembly work to listen to both sides. I really try to understand an issue, but fundamentally I have to vote with my conscience on what this tilts my fairness scale right off. I can't vote for this. And it kills me to vote this way, but I'm going to vote no. Thanks.
Anybody else?
I think I'm in there.
Okay, Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
I'm not going to, I am going to vote for this. I'm going to vote for this because we had people come and testify, 75 people plus, that need fresh water and good water. I look at this a little bit differently. First of all, I don't believe that the people along this line are really going to have to pay anything until they decide to hook up. And I think that they're going to have options in terms of hooking up. I also, not only do I have experience in terms of my parents' property, I happen to own a piece of property on Otter Street where they didn't extend the trunk. And there are 6 over 2 acre lots there that would give anything at this point to not have to replace their septic systems and actually deal with funny water coming out of our taps now. But in order to do that, it would be very expensive for us because we're 6 properties that would have to pay for the whole system. Or 3 people at the end have to get the whole group to add on. It becomes very complicated, where when the original opportunity was presented for that whole street of Otter Street, that line had been extended all the way up, I would have connected in a flash to the assessment that would have been associated with that trunk. So in a way, we're building a framework for the future. It's really hard to anticipate what those big properties are going to want in 5 or 10 or 15 years, how expensive it's going to be to replace their wells and deal with the issues of water. And if we don't build the system out at the proper time, it only gets more expensive later. So I just think it may seem like a bitter bullet, but I think when it's all said and done, this is not going to cost people money unless they need to hook up. And when they need to hook up, the good news is that they're going to be able to hook up. So I am going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Anyone else?
You want to say one more thing?
What's the wish of the body? Okay.
I apologize because I hate to drag things out.
Go ahead,
I really
Ms.
do.
Osander.
You know what's happened on the West Coast and a lot of the United States? We are pricing our cities out of existence for people. We are moving more and more towards very expensive homes on small lots without allowing people a diversity of choice. There are some wonderful, great citizens of this municipality who have lived there a long time on big lots and they love the lifestyle. We're going to cream them here, folks, unless we change direction. It's more and more expensive to live that way. Let's have choices for people. If you want to have city water and live on a small lot, super good. But it's not for everybody, and I think it's wrong to think that city water and city sewer is the ultimate modernization and what we're all moving towards. I guarantee you my kids who are in their 20s would like to live on a large lot with a well and a septic. And it works great. I'll drop it. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Let's vote. Since there obviously won't be a unanimous vote here. That passes 7-2. All right, that's the end of the regular agenda. We have one member of the audience. We do have a section of this agenda called audience participation. I invited Mr. Khalatku come forward and speak to us. You have. Please identify yourself.
Hello,
and you have
Mrs.
3 minutes.
Lady and gentlemen. My name is Mary Kahlatko. 2 years ago, I live in Alaska for 18 years, and 2 years ago I used to run for governor, elbow by elbow with Mrs. Sarah Palin, our governor today, and Mr. John Binkley. And now I am prepared, and I have the tools. That tools will help me 70% from my profession when I want to run. Right now I run for mayor here in Anchorage, and my skills is very high quality because I have 100 country run, work, talk, and communicate with the people.
Excuse me, Mr. Khalatku. This body does not decide whether somebody gets to run for mayor or not.
Oh, okay.
And this is not a political forum.
I
So
understood.
you're welcome to go file with the clerk's office. When does the filing period open, Madam Clerk? In late January, the filing period opens, and you can go and file for the office
I
of
know
mayor.
that. I'm already in office, and I put my paper over there. And on 30th January, I have to pay for the fee for a mayor position when I run. I know how many people run. I have very good information about how it works. Thank you much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing and hearing none.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.